You may even get tired of winning, and you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
What's going on, everyone? Welcome to the ASTROLABE. You're watching the ASTROLABE, nigga. That's right, Life Support Unplugger. Good to see you guys there in the chat. Oh, sorry it's a late one tonight, folks. I mean, this just kind of is the deal, right? Working on getting the new truck purchased, and looks like we might have it nailed down. I'm going to get absolute confirmation on it tomorrow, but what that means is that I will be missing another Labe this week. I'm so sorry. Either tomorrow or Friday's Labe, because I've got to drive up to Dallas and pick up a new vehicle. And it's about a 5-hour drive from here, so I'm not sure that I can pull it off, and it's impossible to pull it off in one day. So stay tuned, follow the King Pill Telegram channel. I'll give you guys the updates as they come in, letting you know exactly when the stream will be. I suppose there is an outside possibility. I was just discussing this with my wife, that there is a particular threshold in tips tonight that I suppose if you guys were to really go ham on the tip link tonight, there's a possibility. No, not 10 hours both ways, just 5 hours each way, but 10 hours total. But there is the possibility I might be able to work it out such that I drive up one day, get a hotel, stay there, and drive back the next day, and I might be able to get 2 labes in. There's the possibility. I don't want to make a hard promise on that, though, because, I don't want you guys to hit the number that I have in mind, and then me, like driving back on Friday, I get a migraine and can't do something Friday, and you guys just paid a bunch of money to me to do it, and I can't follow through. I don't want to get myself in that situation. So it's probably easier to just say we're trying to cram everything in before we leave on Monday, and it's gonna be a bit of an ordeal. But yeah. So good news is got some excellent news on this. So we've been working on this thing. We got the house, we got the truck, we've been borrowing a neighbor's truck and a neighbor's van, and then we've got Gaga was here. Bad news, Gaga left this afternoon. She's headed back home now, which is disappointing. But I think she'd had her fill of getting beat up by the 5-year-old terrorist who lives with us. But so she's headed back. So we had her car, we had the other cars, so we've been able to kind of push off the truck purchase process. And but now we're kind of coming up to it. We need to have it. We need to have it before we get up there, so that we have something that's at the my wife says Matt's been driving a minivan. Tip your streamer to get him back into a respectable truck. Yeah, right. Some people might say it's not a respectable truck, but I'll just say let's race. So we're holding off. We got to get this so we can have something at the airport. So when we get home, we have a way of getting back. Introducing a car seat to the whole thing makes all this planning a lot more difficult. It's not as easy as just grab an Uber real quick. You got to have a car seat, which means if we're going to take a car seat, we have to fly with it. So we have to pay to get it on and then pay to get it back, and all sorts of different things. But it turns out that actually it was providential that I waited this long to do the deal, because I was chatting with the broker today. He finally found the one we're looking for, and just an insane. It's just an insane deal. It's crazy to me that we're going to be able to get the vehicle that we're getting for as cheap as we are.
The white man is back, baby! The white man is back!
There's an easy way to fix that mud. Don't be a pussy. Headaches are a choice.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, right. They are. Yeah, I choose it every so often. I just need to keep myself humble. Thank you for the tip, Labe Maxer. Getting us started off. You guys have blown past the original goal, and you got 2 days to hit the next goal, and I have a feeling it might happen. But it turns out, so my credit is just absolutely in the dumpster. I had a car repossessed several years ago, and then the last couple of years, you guys, I told you the whole deal a couple months ago, but last couple of years have been pretty rough here, and really ran up the credit card balances just to keep us afloat. So my credit's in the dumpster, but Amy's took a little dip, but it hasn't been hit quite as hard. And when we got the last vehicle, we just put it in her name because her credit was much better than mine, and it still is much better than mine. So that's been our plan. But then I'm like, okay, so can we have her sign the paperwork here for it, and then is there a way for her to authorize me to go up and pick it up? I'm her husband, And the broker was like, dealer's probably not gonna go for that. And even if we put both of our names on it, I wouldn't be able to go get it by myself. So he said that Ford just announced a special promotional deal on the 19th, where, and this maybe if you guys are thinking about getting a vehicle, I don't know if this was just for the Ford Lightning or not, but special promotional deal where even people with subprime credit, as long as they'll qualify, they're eligible for the tier 1 rates. So got a call with the dealer just a little bit ago, and he said he just needs to get full verification from Ford tomorrow that they will that I do qualify. But he said he says I'm pretty sure he will, and looks like this should be a done deal. So it's crazy, and you guys pay my salary, so I'll be completely open. It's a Ford Lightning XLT. It's not the base trim. It's the next trim up. Ford Lightning, and we're doing a 3-year lease, 10,500 miles a year, and with the fees, the dealer fees, standard dealer fees, license registration, all of that, and Texas sales taxes. Texas does leases kind of interesting. They take the sales tax on the sales price of the vehicle. So it's 6.25% of the sales price of the vehicle, and you have to pay it up front. But you can capitalize it into the lease, which I would prefer to do, because part of leasing is you do not, you want to pay as little out of pocket up front as you possibly can. So so rolling it's something like, I think $3,700 in tax or something like that, rolling it into the lease payment, out the door, $430 a month for an almost $70,000 vehicle. And it's going to come with complimentary home installation of the electric charging station here at the house. So, yeah, it's we'll be paying significantly less than we paid for our last vehicle, and be paying negligible for it. It's great because you have the little home charging station, and you can program it to only charge off at non-peak hours. So from all the reports and stuff from people that I've heard, the people that have it negligibly bumps their home electric bill, and then you basically never have to pay for gas or anything like that. Just if you go on a trip or something, then you just pay for charging. But yeah, so I think it's going to work out. It's been a grind getting everything through to this point. But we leave for Washington on Monday, and are looking forward to seeing family, spending time with them, and hoping that Eastwood treats my family better than he treats my wife's. But anyway, so yeah, I see a number of you guys. You pointed out the new shades here. This is shout out to Duffhead. He messaged me the other day and said, "Hey, what's your address?" And I told him, and he said, "All right, you got something on the way to you." And it showed up this afternoon, and these are legit pit vipers. The man is a saint. Shout out to the new dad, Duffhead, spending some money on his favorite streamer. I've got so the downside with these, unfortunately, is that on this monitor, the monitor where the real action happens, they're polarized, and there's something about this monitor over here that I'm looking at, the smaller one that I usually have the Streamlabs and the soundboard on. I can see everything just fine, no problem at all. The main one, where all the action happens, I can barely see a thing. So if I look at it like this, I can see, and just kind of out of the sides, I can see, but straight in the middle here, it is almost impossible to see. Actually, it kind of goes in and out. I can kind of see right here if I hold my head a little bit like this. So I want to use these because the other ones, probably because Duffy got them for me, and because the other ones are the frames are broken on them, which is why he got them for me in the first place. But I'm gonna have to switch up my setup here so that I can primarily use this, and then it's okay if I can't see as well over on the other one. Yeah, I tried adjusting my monitor a little bit. I tried going through the different settings and stuff, and nothing seemed to work. So I'm going to do a little digging on it and see if there's something else that will do the trick. I've also been needing a third monitor anyway, so maybe this is just my excuse to get a third monitor, so everything's not all completely crammed in here. But we'll give it a shot for a little bit. We'll see if I could do it just how everything is right now. If it drives me crazy. I think if I'm just looking at videos and stuff, it's not a big deal, but that's pretty good. Oh, right there. Yeah, I can see okay right there. So maybe I'll just do the whole show like this. Got to move this over here. Okay, was there anything else I needed to say? So, it'll either be tomorrow or Friday. No monitor or no lab. And I think I'll probably, because I'm going to be missing one of those, I think I'll probably do a weekend lab. We're going to be going to church on Saturday because one of the guys from our church is getting baptized. So I might do a lab Saturday evening, or I might do one Sunday midday. Because we're staying at a hotel Sunday night by the airport and parking there. So yeah, stay tuned. I'll get you guys an extra lab here over the weekend. Yeah, I love the glasses. Otherwise, like apart from this one little spot here where I can't really see, it's weird when I'm moving them, I can see, but then when I settle in place, I can't as well. Anyways. Apologies to those of you. A few people have been hitting me up and saying that they're still having issues with Kick today. Everything's been working for me, and it seems there's 78 watching right now. Seems to be people chatting and not having any issues. So for those of you who are having troubles, I apologize. I just say go watch on X. It's streaming on X, and if you chat there, the chat will come through for me. Everyone else, and when the chat's on the screen, everybody else should be able to see it as well. So You can just watch on X if Kick is still giving you grief. It may be an app thing you may need to update. Maybe an app that needs to be installed. Flickr8 says, I restarted my phone and issues went away. Yeah, this is just, I don't know. Like, people have been doing live streaming for forever. What is it? Like, why does the Labe have so many issues? Is it something I'm doing? I don't know what it could be. For whatever reason, it seems like every platform we use, there's just all kinds of issues. Is Twitch the place to be? Do we need to retire Kick and go over to Twitch? Yeah, I don't know. Raymond says the monitor, is it like OLED or LCD? I'm not sure. I'm not enough of a nerd to just know these things immediately off the top of my head. Tyler says I'd get insta-banned. That's kind of what I figured. That's why I kind of didn't go there in the first place. But Twitch only supports terrorists like Hassan. Yeah, right. Yeah, it has something to do with the polarization. So this one here is I almost could see it better than usual. That's the newer one. It's a curved one. So I need to go do a little digging and figure out what the difference is between this one and this one that makes this one work and make that one not work. And then from there I'll troubleshoot down. See, I don't know this stuff, but it's pretty easy for me to. I've always been an expert Googler, and now that we've got the AI chats like Grok or ChatGPT, I'm pretty good about troubleshooting stuff. I can dig into it and figure it all out, and I'll solve the problem, and then everything's right out of my head, and it's not there any longer. But yeah, let's get started here. The Steve Kilner says, love that your show isn't black pilling. All praise to God. Thank you, man. Indeed. Glory to God. That is the goal. But before we get started, actually, we do have, to start us off, we've got an alpha male alert.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money. Money, money, money.
Dollar, dollar. Dollar, dollar. Ching, ching, bling, bling. Cut the chatter. You ain't talking money, then you're talking no matter.
To assist with the medical funds.
Thank you, Dave Johnson. You patriot. This one actually came in 2 days ago. After I finished the Labe, it was the next morning, and then I didn't do one yesterday. So he has to wait a little bit. I'm sure he's sleeping now, and he'll get this in the morning. But thank you, Dave Johnson. I appreciate you, man. Thank you for assisting with the medical bills. It was actually part of the reason I was a little bit late getting up here. I had to throw on the scrubs and do a little nursing that sounds bad. I had to throw on the scrubs and play the role of nurse. How about that? For my wife, because she's got her little bandage behind her ear from when they did the surgery on her nose and they took a skin graft.
The white man is back, baby. The white man is back.
Not related to anything, but I got an email from Amazon today saying my copy of The Camp of the Saints should arrive tomorrow.
Hell yeah, Slosher! I can't believe number one that Amazon
The white
sells.
man is back, baby. The white man is back.
So that's why the Tylenol Americans sit like that, their eyes are polarized. As are their politics. Gar nicht. Eternal white boy summer. Too much real for technology to work properly. The light from beyond the wall zunders the demons in the chips.
That's right. Tylenol Americans. Oh, that's so good. We're actually going to talk about that today a little bit. I've got a lineup of just, our president is the funniest human being on the planet, and I've got some funny ones for you guys today. Let me finish responding to Slosher real quick. He said, an email from Amazon, Camp of the Saints. Oh, I can't believe, number one, that Amazon sells Camp of the Saints, and number two, I can't believe that they would that they'll actually deliver it in Canada. That's incredible. That's very good to know. You still have a modicum of freedom up there. We're coming to liberate you soon, but I'm glad that you can at least read about what's going to happen to you.
Back, baby. The white man is back.
Unlike some fraternity for antique glory and splendor, King Pitt isn't black-pilled and actually believes in Trump and how he staffed his admin.
Indeed. Thank you, Omega Gamma. Yes, I do. we were talking earlier in the King Pill Discord about the black pilled case. We were talking about Mr. Nicholas J. Fuentes earlier. Had a long back and forth about that, and I've been thinking about this. I've been pondering this quite a bit today. I had to do some deep digs into a couple of subjects, and I also got a call from a friend, we'll just say, who has some inside knowledge on some stuff, and yeah, we are on the cusp. We are on the cusp of some stuff really, really kicking off. Got a little bit of an inside take on stuff related to Charlie Kirk and Antifa. And some of it I'm not necessarily going to repeat just yet. Kind of holding off a little bit until I learn a little more. But there's shit going down behind the scenes. One thing I will say is that this was a sentiment that I experienced, but I didn't really express at the time, just because it was sort of an intuition for me, but I didn't have much to back it up apart from just kind of an intuition. But it's when everybody chimped out about Kash Patel saying, "See you in Valhalla, brother," I was like, that's a very odd thing for him to say. Not for the reason that everybody else thinks it's an odd thing for him to say, but because it just, like, I've listened to Kash Patel talk for a long time, and that was kind of out of character.
I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob.
Try tilting your head sideways when looking at your monitor. Hi hu, ok apoga, eu.
Oh, I love the chimp sounds from Daniel. Thank you, Trucklore, for the $25 tip. Yeah, I might be able to make this work. I'm gonna look a little funny, and new people who start watching and don't know what's going on, they they might wonder why I'm kind of like right here. I can actually see everything just fine, sitting right like this. So it doesn't look too odd. Yeah, we'll see. Thank you for the tips, guys. Regarding Kash Patel, the saying "see you in Valhalla" struck me as a message. That this wasn't just him like kind of saying something to his buddy. It struck me as a message. And when I was talking to my source today, he said that it absolutely was a message, and it was received loud and clear by the people it was intended for. Might say the Boog Boys. There is a class of man in this country who are very prepared for certain things to go down, and they received that extremely loud and clear as a signal to be prepared for things to go down. Kash said it at the press conference. Han Pritchard says, was Valhalla a dog whistle to all the ex-operator podcast bros to begin a secret behind-the-scenes anti-Antifa op? I'm not super far removed from that. That's at least very much how it was received. So there are... The shit's really picking up behind the scenes, and I think everybody who is chimping out at the administration just needs to settle down. There is a whole lot of shit that they are balancing, and we are teetering on a knife's edge. And I thought a lot about how I kind of wanted to talk through this today, because obviously the goal here isn't to be blackpilling or to scare anyone, and it's entirely conceivable. I'll make it clear, I didn't hear anything that like was immediate, like, oh shit, alarm bells. Just like shit's going down, and we need to be prepared for it. So yeah, there's Yeah, we'll get into some of this stuff here toward the back end of the show. I've got a few different things, but yeah, we got to get through a lot before we get to that. So let's get us started real quick, though. Dave Johnson did send in a tip, so you know what we got to do.
You know, Dave Johnson is the gayest person to ever walk this green earth.
All right, so let's get started here. This one here goes out to I know I've never been let's say, a deep appreciator of Asian culture. Quite the opposite. But I know there's some of you boys out there. I know that we got some weebs in the audience. This one's for you guys.
Auf der Weide blüht ein kleines Blümelein und das heißt Erika. Heiß von 100.000 kleinen Bienelein wird umschwärmt Erika. Denn ihr Herz ist voller Süßigkeit. Der Taterduft entströmt dem Blütenkleid. Auf der Weide blüht ein kleines Blümelein. Und das heißt Erika.
Like a dozen people sent that one to me, so I was like, okay, we got to play that one. The Pseudo-Wave producer himself says, nobody does fascism cuter. Yes, indeed. Slutty Mook says the Axis gang's getting back together again. Well, speaking of the Pseudo-Waves, it's Pseudo-Wave Day. Trump 47, week 36 of 208. Kirk wave victory. Plus, crossing the Rubicon. Let's go, boys and girls. Tuck in. Grab your beverage of choice. Settle into a comfortable position and let us pseudo-wave.
Why was he killed?
He was killed because his words made a difference. Because he was showing people the light. And he was killed by the dark.
Oh.
Charlie
Oh, hell yeah.
Kirk. Charlie Kirk.
This was the one speech I didn't play for you guys.
Charlie Kirk was my friend. Charlie was my brother. And Charlie was my commanding officer. And we will never, ever let the left, the media, or the Democrats forget the name of Charlie Kirk. The Bible tells us that on his last day, Moses climbed to the top of the mountain and he looked across the River Jordan. He saw the promised land. He led the people there, but he did not cross himself, for he was taken. He died on that mountain. He was brought to God's kingdom. On his last day, Charlie Kirk was on the top of a mountain. And Charlie Kirk led us there. And Charlie Kirk has brought us to the promised land. Charlie's death was not just a murder. The true word for what Charlie did was sacrifice. You see, the difference between murder and sacrifice is that sacrifice is a gift. Sacrifice is that last full measure of devotion for God, for country, and for his people, for his family. Charlie Kirk died for all of you. And Charlie Kirk's gift of his sacrifice means that Charlie Kirk will live forever. Not just for all of us, not just for his family and Erica and for his children, but for all future generations of Americans.
I stood on many stages with Charlie calling for various people to be elected, particularly Donald Trump. And I'm proud of that. It's only an acknowledgement that what Charlie was really saying is that change begins, the only change that matters, when we repent of our sins. Me. A recognition that the real problem is me and how fallen I am. And that was the reason that Charlie was fearless at all times, truly fearless to his last moment. He was unafraid, he was not defensive, and there was no hate in his heart. I know that because I've got a little hate compartment in my heart, and I would often express that to Charlie about various people, and he would always say, that's a sad person, that's a broken person, that's a person who needs help, that's a person who needs Jesus. He said that in private, because he meant it.
They cannot imagine what they have awakened. They cannot conceive of the army that they have arisen in all of us. Because we stand for what is good, what is virtuous, what is noble. And to those trying to incite violence against us, those trying to foment hatred against us, what do you have? You have nothing. You are nothing. You are wickedness, you are jealousy, you are envy, you are hatred. You are nothing. You can build nothing. You can produce nothing. You can create nothing. We are the ones who build. We are the ones who create.
Yes.
We are the ones who lift up humanity. You thought you could kill Charlie Kirk? You have made him immortal. You have immortalized Charlie Kirk. And now millions will carry on his legacy. We will devote the rest of our lives to finishing the causes for which Charlie gave his last measure of devotion. You cannot defeat us, you cannot slow us, you cannot stop us, you cannot deter us. We will carry Charlie and Erica in our heart every single day and fight that much harder because of what you did to us. You have no idea the dragon you have awakened. You have no idea how determined we will be to save this civilization, to save the West, to save this republic.
Salute.
I don't care if you don't like where we're at. I don't like it either. I don't care if you don't like the description that I gave or other people gave about where we were going. We're there now. So what are we going to do about it? Are we going to sit around and wring our hands one more time? No, really, we can get back. No, you can't. The Rubicon's behind you.
Accept Charlie's challenge and embrace true manhood. Be strong and courageous for your families. Love your wives and lead them.
He did not hate his opponents. He wanted the best for them. That's where I disagreed with Charlie. I hate my opponent. And I don't want the best for them. I'm sorry. I am sorry, Erica. But now Erica can talk to me and the whole group, and maybe they can convince me that that's not right, but I can't stand my opponent.
His deep belief.
That's my president.
That we were all created, every single one of us, before the beginning of time.
That's my Secretary of State.
By the hands of the God of the universe, an all-powerful God, who loved us and created us for the purpose of living with him in eternity. But then sin entered the world and separated us from our Creator. And so God took on the form of a man and came down and lived among us. And he suffered like men. And he died like a man. But on the third day he rose unlike any mortal man. And then, and to prove any doubters wrong, he ate with his disciples so they could see, and they touched his wounds. He didn't rise as a ghost or as a spirit, but as flesh. And then he rose to the heaven, but he promised he would return. And he will. And when he returns, because he took on that death, because he carried that cross, we were freed from the sin that separated us from him. And when he returns, there will be a new heaven and a new earth, and we will all be together, and we are going to have a great reunion there again with Charlie and all the people we love.
It is better to face a gunman than to live your life afraid to speak the truth.
That's my vice president.
It is better to be persecuted for your faith than to deny the kingship of Christ.
The key change. Whoa, that's a face.
It is better to die a young man in this world than to sell your soul for an easy life with no purpose, no risk, no love, and no truth.
Oh, what a banger. Mr. Suda. Mr. Suda Wave. You've done it again, sir. That was tremendous. Oh, thank you, man. Oh, that was good. He's crossing the Rubicon. That Rubicon is wide and it's deep. And I do believe that we are across it. We're never going back. For better or for worse, we are never going back. All right, got a couple of tips that came in here. Let's play these real quick.
White man is back, baby.
That's right.
White man is back.
Why so, KG? We all know that Miller is your time money handler. It's not a weird thing to say because Valhalla is real. Heil Odin Alfodr okay Radfir, Fightumer Blessantina I Olung Lutomer to Erd Blesser to Macmath Diof Rodel okay Spicky.
Yes. I agree, or I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I don't know what any of that meant. That didn't sound like American to me. Yeah, Miller is my teal money handler. Those teal bucks, those are coming in handy. Thank you, man. And another one.
The white man is back, baby! The white man is back!
Check out SC Irregulars for some good Orthodox shirts. Run by a Navy SEAL that converted to Orthodoxy.
Ooh, SC Irregulars. Okay, thank you, Nicholas Bauman. That is a good
The white
shout
man
out.
is back, baby! The white man is back!
Stefan Miller be like, your life is nothing. Your life serves zero purpose. You should deport yourself now. And give someone else that a piece of that America and prosperity that keeps us on this grand continent.
Hell yeah, Stefan Miller. That's how it sounded in 1938. Stefan Miller. He's a time traveler. Yeah, we're going to talk about the self-deportations here in a little bit. Got a bunch of that stuff. Let me pull this over here as I cock my glasses around to try to see what exactly I'm looking at. Let's pull this up in here. And here is this SC Regulars website. Let's take a look at this. SC Regulars. Can't scroll. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Ooh. 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 Thrice Holy Cherubim. Oh, yes. Dude. Man. Nicholas Bauman, this is clutch. Final victory. Hell yeah. I'm going to be outfitting myself. Thank you, man. Thank you for the tip. Ian Rhodes says 15% of profits go to his parish and missions. Oh, this is a really good find. Thank you, bro. I'll include the link for this in the Kingpilled Substack. If you go to the Kingpilled Substack afterwards, kingpilled.substack.com, I'll have all the links that I go through today. And I'll make sure this one is in there as well so that you guys can take it back to the original, to the home website here, so that you guys can go get yourself some merch. Everything we produce is designed, developed, and made in the USA. Our hats are no exception. Purposeful design, never a blank. Yeah. I want this one right here. I want this hoodie. I am looking forward to Washington State weather. I think the lowest temperature that we've had here in the last 6 months is like 75 degrees, maybe 77 degrees, something like that, at, 4 in the morning. And the highest temperature that we're supposed to get in Washington State is 61 degrees. And, I can't wait. Lows in the 40s. Oh, the hoodies, the sweaters. It's about to be on. Okay, so here is a clip of Dan Bongino. And I know that this is a guy who's come under a lot of heat lately. And I played the interview of him with Megyn Kelly the other day. And I think it's really easy to forget that these guys are human beings. And Dan Bongino in particular left behind a pretty substantial bit of revenue. He was making a lot of money with this podcast. It's not like he's hurting. It's not like he's gonna be without. But he's one of the guys that I think you can legitimately say has sacrificed to go serve his country, and he genuinely believes in it. And he's had to go through I'm sure he's seen some dark shit And he's had to deal with, they've been incredibly productive. He went through the whole long list of stuff that they've accomplished in that interview. And it's just under constant heat from a bunch of guys who are like me. I'm not putting myself in danger. I'm not saving little girls from sexual predators. I'm sitting in my chair in front of a computer doing a live stream, just podcasting like he used to. There's a lot of guys who are just doing whatever generic job and then going on the internet and firing off hot takes about how how gay and cucked and sold out and traitorous and ineffective and whatever that they are. And I think you can see it's a short clip. It's only 14 seconds, but this little girl has wanted to meet Dan Bongino forever. Yesterday at the Charlie Kirk Memorial. Yesterday she got to meet him and give him a little Jesus she printed for him at home to keep him safe. This moment meant a lot to her. Thank you for your graciousness. And he quote-tweeted the video, said it was my honor. Fight the good fight. Just watch his reaction to her and his body language in this. The first time I saw this video, the way it struck me is like he's walking, he's like full business mode, and he sees this little girl, and he freezes, he stops, he comes right over, and he makes direct eye contact with her. He says, thank you. He says, God bless you. And he like stopped and just like time halted for just that moment. This little girl's going to remember it for the rest of her life. But it just struck me like it gave him a little boost to his spirit. And I guess it's on my heart and mind right now, the stuff that these guys are dealing with. And I tweeted this the day that Charlie was shot, that we really need to be praying for the Trump administration, for everybody associated with and or around the administration, because they're having to make some extraordinarily high leverage decisions. They're balancing a ton of different, they're like balancing a million plates while juggling chainsaws, riding a unicycle back and forth over a pit of anacondas. And I think it's really easy for us to Monday morning quarterback every single thing they're doing, despite not knowing exactly what all they're dealing with. And I think that energy is much better spent praying for them, for wisdom, for courage, for the motivation, for all the things that they need to be on their game constantly, every single day. Because there's still a significant degree to which they are behind enemy lines. There's lots of people who are getting purged. I've got a little bit about that here coming in a little bit, but there's a lot of people who are getting flushed out, but there's still a ton of subversives and people within, especially I would say within FBI, Department of Justice, that are actively working against them. And I mean, imagine working in that environment. You're on the cusp of civil war. And in some cases, you could say we already are in a civil war. It's this low intensity conflict, but there's assassinations, there's like an ICE facility getting shot up. There's all sorts of wild stuff that's happening. Many of them are, at this point, it's probably pretty clear for many of them that maybe they're next. Maybe they're the next one who's going to get assassinated. But they still have to keep going to work. They have to keep doing their job while also knowing who knows which coworker of mine is actively undermining me and working against me. When I deliver orders, who knows if those orders are actually going to be followed through on, or is this person leaking behind me or coordinating behind my back to have me assassinated or have my family targeted, or like this is not just any old government and I'm just going to go work for the government. The entire administration is a target. Anybody within the administration or adjacent to the administration is a target right now. And yet they still have to act with boldness and courage and discipline. And I know in every Orthodox liturgy, we pray for the president and the armed forces. And that would extend to the entire administration. And that shouldn't just be something that's happening when we're, just once a week or however often there is a liturgy in the week. Add this to your prayers every day, morning and evening. Pray for the administration. Pray that they have the courage and the discipline and the wisdom, the fortitude, the foresight to do their job. We need them to do their job. We don't have an alternative. There is no hypothetical based option just waiting in the wings that they're preventing from being there. And by and large, the majority of them, especially the high-profile ones, are doing their best. It's unlike any other administration that we've ever seen in terms of the breadth and depth of the work that they're doing. And they deserve our prayers. They need our prayers. Hunt Pritchard says the military is still really bad. Today, a guy in charge of security for Air Force One straight up told me he sympathizes with terrorists who would assassinate CEOs if he could get away with it. Jesus Christ. That's what I'm talking about. The dude's in charge of security for Air Force One, and he says he sympathizes with terrorists? Yeah. So I don't want to get ahead of myself because I've got a bunch of this stuff coming later on. So let's just keep moving through the show here. Got another tip that just came in.
White man is back, baby! The white man is back!
For the auto drip. Also, this is the prayer in English. Hail Odin, all Father and Master of wisdom, grant me your blessings in all things that you embody. Bless me with the gift of knowledge and wisdom. Gonig girl autism hits different FR cute.
He's trying to get it to he's trying different spellings to get it to do the gurniger. $10 for the ortho drip. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you. Okay, so what's the next thing I've got here? Gotta make sure I click on the right tab up here. Okay, there we go. Okay, here, clip from Michael Knowles. And I've seen a few different people talking about this, that obviously there's a number of people who are going to try to step into Charlie Kirk's shoes. And he had such big feet that it's going to take many people to fill his shoes. And frankly, what it's probably going to be is it's going to have to be a one person fills this role, another person fills this role, another person fills this role, and so on. For the going to campus and giving these speeches and doing the engaging with people and debating and all that stuff, I think that Michael Knowles may be better equipped for it than anyone else. I think he has the right. He's smart, well-read, bold, and has the right demeanor. He's capable of being combative when he needs to, while being respectful, while also being congenial. So here is a clip that is a relevant setup for the next thing, which is going to be a video from Father Josiah Trenum, talking about the forgiveness of Erica Kirk.
Erica Kirk forgave her husband's killer. The state of Utah will inject poison into that killer's veins until he's dead. There is no contradiction between those two things. Christian forgiveness does not demand that we allow the cruel to ravage the whole earth. It demands that we love our enemies, and sometimes love is tough. In our personal lives, love means praying for those who persecute us. In politics, love usually means punishing the guilty, both for the protection of the innocent as well as for the good of the criminals. No one benefits from crime, decay, and disorder. Not the rest of us, and not the criminals themselves. We cherish what we call the marketplace of ideas in America.
So, we've touched on this a little bit already, and I know a lot of other people have talked about this, but the notion that forgiveness and punishment are separate, are at odds with one another, and that this is somehow something prescribed by Christianity is maybe one of the many great misunderstandings of Christianity. That may be one of the most prominent. No, and honestly, you could draw a lot of conclusions from the fact that that is a prominent public misunderstanding of Christianity. Because if you don't understand that forgiveness and punishment very often go hand in hand, you're probably a shitty parent. If you don't understand that, like, these are not separate concepts, but they're actually interdependent concepts, then you may not know how to manage your own child's behavior and how to bring them up properly. When your child does wrong, they can apologize, they can be forgiven, and yet still be punished for the thing that they did, which is a microcosm of the larger issue. The state, the ruler of the state, has been given the mandate from God to wield the sword of justice. And that's not at odds with forgiveness. It's actually necessarily part of it. That's a good point. Trent Fearer, which is a fantastic name, by the way, says terms like loan forgiveness make people assume forgiveness always means off the hook, scot-free. Right, correct. So, here is this video from Father Josiah talking about forgiveness, where he also mentions this concept I'm talking about, and he talks about a little-known recent Christian saint, and that'll be a lead-in for another similar story that I will tell you guys. It was Cooper who I was on the phone with him yesterday, and he brought this up to me and suggested this as content for the Labe, so I'm going to do that. So first of all, we will watch this video from Father Josiah Trenham. His YouTube channel is Patristic Nectar, and you guys should listen to every single thing that he produces. It is edifying for your soul.
Hey everyone, God
This one is entitled Erica's Forgiveness, and I have it on 1 1/4.
bless you. Thanks so much for tuning in. I've prepared a reflection for you entitled Erica's Forgiveness. I was deeply moved watching the funeral of Charlie Kirk that was taking place in Glendale, Arizona yesterday on the 21st of September. I was watching his funeral really with a sense of the value and the beauty of the cross of Jesus, because we Orthodox have been celebrating the exaltation of the cross for 8 days. On the 14th of September every year, we Orthodox bring the cross out, process with it, and place it in the middle of our churches on a feast called the Exaltation of the Cross. And then for 8 days it remains there, and it's prostrated before, it's lovingly kissed and venerated every morning and every evening at services for a full 8 days. This has been extremely potent this year as our country has been really gripped by the sorrowful murder of Charlie Kirk, which took place on the 10th of September. So just 4 days later, we brought the cross out. And then for these last 8 days, culminating yesterday in the leave-taking of the feast, which happened to be the funeral of Charlie, we have been under the shadow of the cross, very much thinking about the cross, kissing it and renewing our devotion to honoring Jesus' cross, to remembering who we are, that we Christian believers are those who are forgiven by the grace of Christ, through his cross saved. And we're bearers of the cross, people who hold the cross up. The cross dictates, it forms and fashions our disposition to life.
Shout out to It's Damn It Jeremy. He says, hey, we did that at church. Shout out to my boy who has started attending a local Orthodox church and has been having a great experience. Glory to God, and it's good to hear from you, man. Live support on Plugger says, here's a question: do all Orthodox priests sound like John Malkovich? I had the same thought about the guy who met Putin in Alaska. I mentioned this on an episode of a couple weeks back that it's a thing. It's a thing people have identified about Orthodox priests, that they all sort of kind of take on this affect of speaking, and it's subconscious. It's not something they're doing necessarily intentionally, but people have speculated it's from listening to a lot of Greek, hearing the speaking or hearing Greek really often just sort of has this effect on you. A lot of people think that he's Hispanic or that he's doing like a fake Hispanic accent, and he's not. If you listen to other Orthodox priests, you'll notice that they have that same affect.
Life and to death are sublime dictate, and we're bearers of the cross, people who hold the cross up. The cross dictates, it forms and fashions our disposition to life and to death. Our sublime practices in the church, bowing before the cross, kissing the cross, embracing the cross, with the goal of assimilating our lives to the cross, to imitate Jesus in our own little way, in our own lives. Very sublime. The reading from the epistle yesterday for the...
That's one thing that's very beautiful about the Orthodox services is how physically engaging they are. Doing prostrations, venerating the icons, venerating the cross, smelling the incense, hearing the music, singing along with the chanting. It engages all of your different senses. Seeing all of the icons, seeing the beauty of the iconostasis, the robes of the priest, hearing the bells, all those things. It's incredibly engaging, and it draws you in. So you're not just sitting there just engaging with your mind and just thinking, seeing the incense even. Yeah, my wife says. So it's a complete experience. It engages every aspect of you, and it really has the effect of feeling like you're separate from the rest of the world for the time that you're there. The liturgy where the sacrifice is being offered is heaven. It's heaven on earth, and you're experiencing that little bit of heaven.
The Sunday appointed for the Sunday after the Feast of the Exaltation of the Cross comes from St. Paul's epistle to the Galatians chapter 2, where he says, I have been crucified with Christ, and it is no longer I who live, but Christ who lives in me. And the life that I live by faith in the Son of God who loved me and gave himself up for me. What a magnificent testimony to how the cross has changed our life and how we can become assimilated to the cross itself and live a cross life, so to speak. St. Paul says that he no longer lives. He didn't mean that he was not in existence. He meant he no longer lives as he used to live. He says, I am crucified with Christ, and I no longer live. But the life that I live by faith in the Son of God who loved me and gave himself up for me. For Christians, everything changes after baptism, where we're literally united, as St. Paul says in Romans 6, where we're literally united to Jesus' death and to his resurrection. We live life under the cross, before the cross. With that as the context in which I watched the funeral yesterday, I was deeply moved by an expression of this when Charlie's widow, Erica Kirk, came to the podium and with tears publicly forgave Tyler Robinson, her husband's murderer.
That man, that young man, I forgive him.
What a magnificent moment. What a truly Christian moment. When I was watching it, I just wept for the sheer beauty of it. Erica has a first love, and it's not Charlie. It's Jesus Christ. And Charlie was, what shall we say, her second love, or her first earthly love, but not her first heavenly love. It made me think of the woman caught in adultery who was brought to Christ, and how Christ forgave her and helped her face her sins and be done with them. Absolutely magnificent. Erica's attitude towards her husband's murder also made me think of one of our recent saints who is such an example of this, and I hope Erica will learn about her and take great consolation and guidance and inspiration from Saint Elizabeth.
See, what's funny is he says one of our recent saints, and here I've been Orthodox for several years now, and even still, I am surprised by the way that Orthodoxy relates to time. So I hear recent saint, and I think, my mind naturally goes, oh, someone within the last couple of decades. No, he's talking about Saint Elizabeth the New Martyr from the early 1900s. That is recent. That is a recent saint.
Elizabeth, the new martyr, who was murdered by the communists in Russia in 1918. But prior to that, in 1905, I should say something about it. Saint Elizabeth was the granddaughter of Queen Victoria of England and part of the nobility also of Germany. Queen Victoria was her grandmother on her mother's side. Queen Alice was her mother. She was married in 1905 when she was 20 years old to the Tsar, the last Tsar of Russia, Tsar Nicholas II's brother, Grand Duke Sergius, and lived a beautiful life with him until in 1905 he was murdered by a vicious anarchist who despised him. This man, Grand Duke Sergius, was leaving the Kremlin in his carriage, and this terrorist came up to him and threw a bomb into his cart, his carriage. The bomb landed on his lap from a distance of only 4 feet, and it blew Sergius to pieces. Elizabeth was not far away. She, in fact, came immediately to his aid, and having heard the blast, she went to the blast spot and found only pieces of her husband. She immediately knew what happened. She picked up a portion of his torso, a foot in a boot here, pieces of flesh there. In fact, she found his heart on the top of a neighboring building. She put them...
Imagine going around and like hearing an explosion and then going around and picking up the pieces of your husband's body to the point where you go find his heart on top of a building nearby. You say goodbye to him. He goes and hops into this cart. You hear an explosion. You turn around and you see he's all over the place.
All the pieces of her husband on a stretcher, and she took his remains into the St. Alexis Chapel in the Kremlin, which is a holy place that she would be devoted to for the rest of her life. She simply laid on her husband's remains, simply laid on the stretcher, very much like Erica laid on the coffin of Charlie.
How's that? It was surreal hearing this and hearing the parallels between these two stories.
That place in St. Alexis Chapel would be a place of holy devotion for St. Elizabeth for the rest of her days. 2 days later, Elizabeth, she went by Ella. Ella insisted on going to visit her husband's murderer in jail. And that's exactly what she did. She brought him a Bible and a small icon of Christ, our Savior. She assured him, Kalyev was his name, she assured the murderer Kalyev of her forgiveness. And then she asked him most sincerely to repent before he died so that he might be saved, so that the Lord Jesus might forgive him. He was hanged 2 days later. Side note, that's basic.
This is a good thing to note here.
He was hanged 2 days later. Side note, that's basic and important justice. It's what Christian nations do if you want to protect people and show the value of life. Ella erected a massive cross on the spot of her husband's death. I hope something similar can be erected at Utah Valley University. That holy place marking Grand Duke Sergius's death was torn down by Vladimir Lenin himself with his own hands, that disgusting monster. Stalin later had the monastery itself and the tomb blown up, but in 1990 the vault containing Sergius' remains was discovered and taken to the Cathedral of the Archangel. St. Elizabeth, on the eve of her tonsure into monastic...
You notice his reference to Lenin. Within one thing I discovered fairly early on within Orthodoxy is that Orthodox people are among the most keenly aware of and disgusted with communism and communists in general for probably obvious reasons, given the history that the Orthodox Church has with communism.
Wrote a letter to Tsar Nicholas II in which he shared some of Sergius' last words. And listen to this. It's so, I think, illustrative and important for us today here in America, suffering what we have. This is what Ella said to the Tsar about her husband's death, about Sergius' death. She said, "Serge died with joy for you and for his country." How many people said that at Charlie's funeral yesterday? Serge died with joy for you and his country. It was 2 days before that he said how willing he would give his own blood if thereby he could be of help. I hope God may give him strength, and that never one can say I was unworthy of having been in olden times guided by such a true and noble husband and such a true Christian. If you'd like to listen more to the life of St. Elizabeth, the New Martyr. You can go to the Patristic Nectar app and go to the Synaxarion to July 5th, where her life is recorded, and you can hear more about it. What magnificent forgiveness Christians have to offer. And may God bless Erica Kirk and the whole Kirk family. God be with you.
Hi, friends. Lila Rose.
So, if you don't know, Saint Elizabeth the New Martyr was with the family of Tsar Saint Nicholas II, who were brutally and savagely murdered by the Bolsheviks in 1918. So that's that extraordinary, wonderful woman whose husband was exploded in front of her by an anarchist's bomb, who then went and sought to save the man's soul after blowing up her husband, wound up, was it 13 years later, being viciously and brutally murdered by the same category of person. Now, an interesting story here that Cooper brought to my attention, talking about the utility of capital punishment. Dostoevsky was, as a young man, he got involved with, he was raised by, on one side of his family, he came from a line of merchants, and on the other side, he came from a line of priests. He was was raised in an aristocratic Russian Orthodox family, but was kind of a spitfire, kind of rebellious, got involved with a literary group that was a bunch of socialist revolutionaries, and fell into that group, and they were radicalized and moving in the direction of essentially, it was kind of similar to Antifa today, similar sort of status. And he, the bad kind of group chat. And he wound up being arrested by Tsar Nicholas I. He was arrested and condemned to death. He was in there was a group of men all together who were led out to be, I think it was hanging. And he was walking out, hood over his face, walking out to be executed. And a letter was received by the executioners from the Tsar, commuting their sentences. And instead, his sentence was commuted at the last minute, and he was sent to Siberia. He did hard labor for, I think, 4 years, and then had mandatory military service for a number of years after that. I think another 6 years after that. And if you read the story of this from any of the normal mainstream sources, they all use the same terminology. They all say that this was like a cruel trick that the Tsar was playing on them. And they all talk about his cruelty, playing mind games, torturing them by condemning them to death, and then at the last minute commuting them, and then sending them to hard labor. And however, there is a letter that Dostoevsky wrote to his brother immediately after that. And I've got some excerpts from, I've got the letter here. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I want to read parts of it. It's called Dear Brother from 1849. Let me zoom this in just a little bit here. Come on. So at the age of 28, Dostoevsky was sentenced to death. He had written 2 novels, received to moderate acclaim, that had gained him entry to a social progressive literary circle known as the Petrushevsky Circle. Fearing another revolution, Tsar Nicholas I ordered the arrest and execution of the entire group on the grounds of reading and distributing banned revolutionary material. At the last moment, while standing in front of the firing squad, Dostoevsky's sentence was commuted and his life was spared, though he spent the next 4 years in a Siberian prison camp, followed by 6 years of compulsory military service in exile. He wrote this letter to his brother that very day, detailing the events and sharing what he thought might be his final words. Dostoevsky survived the camp and the service and returned to society, became the most acclaimed writer of his generation, leaving a legacy that is near unparalleled today. So note the way that he talks about this. Brother, my precious friend, all is settled. I am sentenced to 4 years hard labor in the fortress, I believe of Orenburg, and after that to serve as a private. Today, the 22nd of December, we were taken to the Semyonov drill ground. There, the sentence of death was read to all of us. We were told to kiss the cross. Our swords were broken over our heads, and our last toilet was made. White shirts. Then 3 were tied to the pillar for execution. I was the 6th. 3 at a time were called out. Consequently, I was in the second batch, and no more than a minute was left me to live. I remembered you, brother, and all yours. During the last minute, you alone were in my mind. Only then I realized how I love you, dear brother mine. I also managed to embrace Pleshev and Durov, who stood close to me, and to say goodbye to them. Finally, the retreat was sounded, and those tied to the pillar were led back, and it was announced to us that His Imperial Majesty granted us our lives. Then followed the present sentences. Palm alone has been pardoned and returns with his old rank to the army. I was just told, dear brother, that today or tomorrow we are to be sent off. I asked to see you, but I was told that this was impossible. I may only write you this letter. Make haste and give me a reply as soon as you can. I'm afraid that you may somehow have got to know of our death sentence. From the windows of the prison van, when we were taken to the drill ground, I saw a multitude of people. Perhaps the news reached you and you suffered for me. Now you'll be easier on my account. Brother, I have not become downhearted or low-spirited. Life is everywhere. Life in ourselves, not in what is outside us. There will be people near me, and to be a man among people and remain a man forever, not to be downhearted nor to fall in whatever misfortunes may befall me. This is life. This is the task of life. I have realized this. This idea has entered into my flesh and into my blood. Yes, it's true. The head which was creating, living with the highest life of art, which had realized and grown used to the highest needs of the spirit, that head has already been cut off from my shoulders. There remain the memory and the images created but not yet incarnated by me. They will lacerate me, it is true. But there remains in me my heart in the same flesh and blood, which can also love and suffer and desire. And remember, and this, after all, is life. And he says something in French. Now, goodbye, brother, don't grieve for me. And then he talks about his material things. And then he says, he was also kind of a degenerate gambler. He says, I have debts, but what can I do? Kiss your wife and children. Remind me of them continually. See that they do not forget me. Perhaps we shall yet meet sometime. Brother, take care of yourself and of your family. Live quietly and carefully. Think of the future of your children. Live positively. There has never yet been working in me such a healthy abundance of spiritual life as now. But will my body endure? I do not know. I'm going away sick. I suffer from scrofula. He was apparently not, he was a bit of a sickly person. Kind of an odd duck. But never mind, brother, I have already gone through so much in life that now hardly anything can frighten me. Let come what may. At the first opportunity, I shall let you know about myself. Tell these people goodbye. Say a few words for me as warm as possible as your heart will prompt you. I wish her happiness and shall ever remember her with grateful respect. And then write to our sisters, I wish them happiness. And maybe we shall meet again sometime, brother. Take care of yourself. Go on living for the love of God until we meet. Perhaps sometime we shall embrace each other and recall our youth, our golden time that was, our youth and our hopes, which at this very instant I am tearing out from my heart with my blood to bury them. Can it indeed be that I shall never take a pen into my hands? I think that after the 4 years there may be a possibility. He says, how many imaginations lived through by me, created by me anew, will perish, will be extinguished in my brain, or will be spilt as poison in my blood. Yes, if I am not allowed to write, I shall perish. Better 15 years of prison with a pen in my hands. Write to me more often, write more details, more facts. Kiss the children once again. But do not grieve. For the love of God, do not grieve for me. Do believe that I am not downhearted. Do remember that hope has not deserted me. In 4 years, there will be a mitigation of my fate. I shall be a private soldier, no longer a prisoner. And remember that sometime I shall embrace you. I was today in the grip of death for 3/4 of an hour. I have lived it through with that idea. I was at the last instant, and now I live again. If anyone has bad memories of me, if I have quarreled with anyone, if I have created in anyone an unpleasant impression, tell them they should forget it if you manage to meet them. There is no gall or spite in my soul. I should dearly love to embrace any one of my former friends at this moment. It is a comfort. I experienced it today when saying goodbye to my dear ones before death. I thought at that moment that the news of the execution would kill you, but now be easy. I am still alive and shall live in the future with the thought that sometime I shall embrace you. Only this is now in my mind. And then continuing here, he says, when I look back at the past and think how much time has been wasted in vain, how much time was lost in delusions, in errors, in idleness, in ignorance of how to live, how I did not value time, how often I sinned against my heart and spirit. My heart bleeds. Life is a gift. Life is happiness. Each minute might have been an age of happiness. More French. Now, changing my life, I am being reborn into a new form. Brother, I swear to you that I shall not lose hope, and shall preserve my spirit and heart in purity. I shall be reborn to a better thing. That is my whole hope, my whole comfort. And that's basically the gist of it. So, very interesting here that everyone all the mainstream sources that tell this story, they all talk about how, it was so cruel, it was so inhumane of the Tsar to torture him like that, and yet look how it affected him. Totally changed his life. He wound up going. He was in Siberia for a while. Terrible experience, obviously. Then he had his mandatory military service for 6 years. Then he went back into normal life and became one of the most acclaimed writers of all time. And he was under police. I was reading about him earlier today. He was under police guard the entire time for the rest of his life. He was under watch by the police, followed around everywhere for the rest of his life. This is one of the other things about capital punishment. Is that when the capital punishment is ordered, for the person for whom it has been ordered, particularly when it's to be done right away, not like 20 years of appeals, but I think it was 4 months from when he was arrested to when this whole event with him being taken out to be executed and then given a reprieve at the last minute. When that happens, you are fast-tracking the opportunity for repentance for that person. If they just go to prison and they just kind of are just living in prison for a while for the rest of their life, sometimes that's still, you'll still hear the stories of people who convert in prison. But when they're immediately facing their own death, all of a sudden, that can be a tremendous impetus for true and genuine repentance. And in that sense, it can be a great mercy to them, where something actually brings them to repentance right away. And then they die, so they don't keep living and have a chance to fall away again. And in that way, in that sense, capital punishment is actually merciful. But it has to be done in the way we do capital punishment is retarded. It kind of eliminates the majority of the benefits, the social and individual benefits that sort of policy provides. Because, you're going to go, you get your sentence, and then you're going to be in jail for 20 years as you go through appeal after appeal after appeal after appeal, and the taxpayer is paying tens of thousands of dollars a year to keep them alive, and there's no closure at all for the people, the victims of the crime. They live for decades, maybe wind up dying without ever having any sense of closure, and then the person is executed in this dark place, hidden away from view, and it's just like a news report. Oh yeah, that guy died. So nobody actually directly experiences it to have the severity of it or the solemnity of it impact them. I've said this before and I'll say it again. We need more capital punishment, and it needs to be done publicly, or at least more publicly, and it needs to be done much more swiftly. All right, let's keep going. I've mentioned this guy a couple times now, and I'm keeping an eye on him now. Gabe Guidarini, our spaghetti American, Ohio TPA, or Turning Point Action. Republican U.S. Senate candidate Nate Morris from Kentucky. Quote, "We need a full moratorium on all legal immigration until the 20 million illegals in the U.S. are deported. We're full." Nate Morris is endorsed by TP Action. Nate Morris, we are going to be watching you very closely. And if you are a Tylenol American, you may look at this and say, oh, there's so much more than 20 million. He's a cuck. The dude's got to get elected. And 20 million is 0 to 1. Are you saying that you don't think that the country would be better if 20 million illegals were deported? We've got guys running for Congress, running for the Senate, endorsed by Turning Point Action, calling for a full moratorium on all legal immigration. It's building. Hearing more and more people talking this way. And you know what? If we don't actually get a full moratorium on all legal immigration, but that's the shoot for the moon and land among the stars, then we will be far ahead of where we are today. I have a couple of clips or at least one clip.
We're at over 400,000.
Hold on, Mr. Tom Homan. I've got a clip that I think I pulled it out of the stack for today because it was getting too long. We still got to talk about the Trump assassination attempt and his epic speech at the UN, and then some stuff about Antifa and Venezuela on the back end, and a massive potential terror attack that was, at least thus far, foiled by the Secret Service. But I've got another clip from about Charlie Kirk that we'll talk about on the next Labe, whether that's tomorrow or Friday. And we'll talk about this guy, Blake Neff, a little bit, who's an interesting character, former producer for Tucker Carlson, who is now works for Turning Point. But here is Tom Homan, our grug, who is saying exactly what you guys have been hearing here on the Labe for months now.
We're at over 400,000 deportations, and between CBP and ICE, and that's just since the president took office. The first 4 months of the fiscal year, we can't count them because Joe Biden wasn't doing anything. But here's what people need to understand: 2 things. Number one, over 1.5 million illegal aliens, close to 1.6 illegal aliens already left the country on their own. Why? Because they see what ICE is doing out there every day. One of the reasons we have the most secure border in the history of this nation is because the great work of the men and women of the Border Patrol, the great work of President Trump and his leadership, but also because ICE is out there, over 1,000 teams all across the country arresting people. So a lot of people have left, a lot of people aren't coming, which helps to secure that border. And that was a part of the strategy from the beginning. We said if we show consequences, we show them we're actually out there looking for them, many will leave. So we knew with a large population will leave, and over 1.5 million have.
So he's saying it explicitly, that the whole social media campaigns to encourage self-deportations was a conscious, deliberate, intentional policy.
But what's to come? ICE is getting 10,000 more agents. Right now they got 5,000 deportation officers. We're tripling the size of the workforce.
Tripling the size of the workforce. So in 8 months, they have removed 2 million people from the country, playing with both hands tied behind their backs, with a limited workforce, with limited funding. Now they're going to be tripling the workforce.
We're adding more detention beds. We're adding more flights and more transportation. So the numbers are going to explode here this next coming year.
The numbers are going to explode in the coming year. That's right, Slutty Milk. This interview is a propaganda piece to encourage yet a few more self-deports. And here's this. So far, Trump has fired nearly 150 immigration judges, and the purges continue. At the start of his term in office, there were 735 judges. There are now below 580. The goal is to purge those who believe in due process and replace them with temporary judges who won't push back. See, this shit takes time. That's 150 immigration judges who were actively stalling or refusing to actually process the deportations. Slutty Milk, wait, you're telling me Trump has been held up constantly by enemies? Oh, wait. You're telling me this for the first time. Illegals don't get due process. So he has fired 150, and they're going to be replaced. And not just replaced, but they're going to get expanded as well with immigration judges who will actually do their job. Mystery Grove says, again, people who claim that Trump isn't doing anything or there's no progress being made are just lying to you. They're trying to encourage you to throw your hands up and walk away when we have a narrow and shrinking opportunity to radically transform America for the better. And then this one here, I couldn't not play this. I think they've outdone themselves. Of all the millennial-occupied government posting that we've gotten from the administration thus far, this is peak. This is the absolute summit. Is there any more that they could do? Could they do more than this?
I wanna be the very best, like no one ever was. To catch them is my real test, to train them is my cause. I will travel across the land, searching far and wide. Each Pokemon to understand the power that's inside. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. It's you and me. I know it's my destiny. Pokemon, oh, you're my best friend in a world we must defend. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. Our hearts so true, our courage will pull us through. You teach me and I'll teach you. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. Gotta catch 'em all. Pokemon.
Slutty Milk says, illegals have a weakness to ice-type attacks. Squirtle Squad, SS, oh my god. Ice Ketchum. Oh, some of these are really good too. I can't freaking see anything right now with these glasses, but go look at this later on. Every single one of them has weakness ice. And someone replied with a Ash with the Make America Great Again hat. And Homeland Security said, to arrest them is our real test. To deport them is our cause. Patriots are truly in control. And then this one here. They now we've got the Earl Sinclair dropping a beer gif with the Make America Great Again hat on. I gotta find out how you get that. Logan Hall, you are one of our greatest posters. And look at this. We are going to do things that have never been done before. Straight from DHS. Oh, I never in my life thought that DHS would be my favorite government agency. Do you have a favorite government agency, Anon? Look at this from ICE. Business owners, it's time to get right with the law. You know you're not supposed to hire illegal aliens. We're enforcing the law across the board. All businesses in all industries. ICE is not currently visiting businesses that are part of our image program. We trust that they're compliant. That's a very fascinating wording. We are not currently visiting these businesses. We're trusting that they're compliant. Implying that is absolutely on the table. You better get your shit in order, or we're going to come knocking. More self-deportation incentivization. And from James Blunt here, who is, he can't actually be James Blunt, but he says F1 OPT and STEM OPT students are now starting to get unannounced FDNS visits, site visits, to the address updated with the USCIS. USCIS officers are verifying school transcripts, I-983 compliance, job offer letters, pay stubs, and bank statements. This marks a clear uptick in compliance checks. And I just got to say again, everybody who wants maximal peak enforcement immediately, straight up, it doesn't work that way. This is a federal government, and it's a federal government that has been wholly occupied and diluted and purged of patriots for decades. So they've got to scale this up. It's going to take time to get there, which means they have to work with a limited deck to begin with and maximize that, and then scale their way up as they're just grinding and shoving people out. So where they're at today is clearly not where they're going to be. So we get the big announcement on the H-1B executive proclamation, which is just one thing that they've announced. They've got a couple of different bills that are moving through Congress now. That again, they're gonna take time. This comes with the territory. If you want more, pick a different hobby. I don't know what to tell you, man. This is a game for the patient, the diligent, and the prudent. Says this news comes in the light of what I just read below. So U.S. student visa arrivals are plummeting. Student arrivals to the U.S. fell 19% year over year in August to approximately 313,000, the lowest since 2021. This marks the fifth consecutive monthly decline. The decline was sharpest among Asian students, who make up most visas, dropping 24% year over year to 191,000. Africa recorded a 33% drop, the biggest by percentage of any region. Western European countries showed the smallest decline at 1%. The education industry estimates new international student enrollment will fall by up to 40% this fall. International student arrivals are rapidly slowing. What does this guy say? A student visa decline is a leading indicator of something much bigger. Historically, falling student flows precede a tech leadership shift by 10 to 15 years. UK lost students in the 60s, Silicon Valley boomed in the 70s, Japan in the 90s, China's tech boom in the 2000s. Today's minus 40% enrollment equals someone else becomes the innovation hub by 2035, probably not Europe with their minus 1%. And it's even more alarming because foreign students bring huge money into the education system and local economies. If the trend continues, it won't just hit campuses, it'll hit rental market services, and even the U.S. image as the global magnet for talent. Oh no! Oh no! They're not going to bring their money? I guess we're just going to have to... we're just going to have to be satisfied with the $17 trillion that Donald Trump has secured in foreign investment. We have all the talent we need here. If anything, we've been hamstrung. From the Department of Labor, end H-1B abuse. Hire Americans first. Companies could face probes into their compliance with the H-1B visa program as part of the Trump administration's effort to clamp down on the program and force companies to hire more Americans. The Department of Labor announced on Friday that it was launching Project Firewall, an enforcement initiative that will investigate employers for potential abuse of the H-1B visa process. This is a Time article that the Department of Labor account went out of their way to signal boost. And then this from one of these.
Good morning, bastards.
Dumps. They call them dumps. Big, massive dumps.
If you thought H-1B was big, higher is coming. The U.S. Senate has proposed hold on just a sec. The U.S. Senate has proposed the Halting International Relocation of Employment Act, designed to make outsourcing less attractive for American companies. If passed, and Trump may, starting December 31, 2025, Trump may? I don't know what that means. I'm sure this guy probably isn't super hip to how legislation works. He didn't get the how a bill becomes law class in high school. If passed, and Trump may, starting December 31, 2025, U.S. firms that shift workforce overseas could face steep tax penalties of up to 25% excise tax. And who will it affect the most? India's IT and ITES sector, much of it driven by U.S. outsourcing demand. Hire aims to reshape the economics of global software delivery itself. H-1B controlled talent inflow, and Hire controls job outflow. This could be one of the most consequential policy shifts for global tech services in decades. And what is Modi's response or strategy? Absolutely nothing. And just real quick, for some of the details on this, let's use the Grok button. I did this earlier and it gave me a quick little breakdown. The Hire Act, proposed by Senator Bernie Moreno, a close friend of Vivek Ramaswamy, ironically enough, on September 9, 2025, imposes a 25% excise tax on U.S. companies outsourcing jobs overseas, targeting India's $250 billion IT sector, which could lose up to 3 million jobs if passed. As per Reuters analysis on September 11, 2025, reflecting a shift toward U.S. protectionism amid stalled Senate approval on September 16. So, here, you guys want to chimp about something? Chimp about this. Let's get the Hire Act passed. Again, these sorts of things are going to be difficult to get through with a fake majority in Congress, but that's all the more reason why it is patently retarded on the highest level to say stupid shit like, if Trump doesn't do XYZ, then I'm just going to stay home in the midterms. Like, if he doesn't do 100% of the job with his hand tied behind his back, then I'm not going to give him both hands to work with. Our guys really need to push out their time horizons. We are not dissidents anymore. We're not practicing high time preference. We're taking back our country, and that doesn't happen in a year. It doesn't happen in 2 years. It doesn't happen in a single presidential term. The country is still going to be here, and we're still going to live here. No matter how bad things get, the country is still going to be here, and we're still going to live here. So making these retarded ultimatums, placing arbitrary time limits on them, and saying, "Oh, I'm just gonna cross my arms and refuse to play ball anymore." Shut the fuck up. You're not important. Got a quick little clip here about the Giga Jew. Jesse Waters asks Katie Miller what it's like being married to Stephen Miller. It's exactly what you'd think.
You are married to Stephen Miller,
I am.
so you are the envy of all women. What is that like?
The sexual matador, right?
What is it like being married to such a sexual matador?
He is an incredibly inspiring man who gets me going in the morning with his speeches being like, let's start the day. I am going to defeat the left and we are going to win. He wakes up the day ready to carry out the mission that President Trump was elected to do.
Imagine living with Stephen Miller. Imagine you wake up, it's like 6 o'clock in the morning, and you just hear him chimping, goose-stepping around the house. I'm going to defeat the left, and we're going to win. Katie, wake up. We've got work to do. We got to defeat the left. My president needs me. We're going to save Western civilization. And Mr. Buttpoop says, not now, babe, I'm deporting. Omega Gamma, I will destroy the left. Love you, honey, by the way. Mwah. Slutty Milk says sexual matador. He's got the D, and D stands for deportation. How does he do it? How does he do it? Meanwhile, here's what's going on with these creatures. I'm sorry to subject you guys to this, but in this case, I think it's really worth it.
I guess I'd ask you to just elaborate on that a little bit. It's hard to hear.
So context here is, oh yeah, thank you, Slutty Milk.
The N-word.
But is it really? Is it really the N-word? It's more like...
Indians.
So the context here is that Kamala Harris has written a book, and in her book, she talks about why she did not choose Pete Buttigieg as her vice president. And spoiler alert, it's because he's gay. That's why she said, that is the reason she gave for why she did not choose him as vice president, because he's gay. And listen to her talk around this.
Yeah. With you running as, you're the first woman elected vice president. You're a black woman and a South Asian woman elected to that high office, very nearly elected president. To say that he couldn't be on the ticket effectively because he was gay is hard to hear.
No. That's not what I said. That he couldn't be on the ticket because he is gay. My point
What a fag.
Is that I was clear that in 107 days, in one of the most hotly contested elections for President of the United States, against someone like Donald Trump who knows no floor, to be a black woman running for President of the United States and as a vice presidential running mate, a gay man, with the stakes being so high, it made me very sad, but I also realized it would be a real risk. No matter how, I've been an advocate and an
She's
ally
waiting for Maddow to bail her out.
The LGBT community my entire life. So it wasn't about any prejudice on my part, but
that
we had such a short period of time. And the stakes were so high. I think Pete is a phenomenal public servant. And I think America is and would be ready for that. But when I had to make that decision with 2 weeks to go, and maybe I was being too cautious, I'll let our friends, we should all talk about that. Maybe I was. But that's the decision I made, and I, as with everything else in the book, I'm being very candid about that.
Yeah.
With a great deal of sadness about also the fact that it might have been a risk.
Do you guys realize just how bad it could be right now? Some of the stuff that I was reading today, we genuinely would have, Elon would say this pretty often, like during the election cycle and immediately afterward, that it was Trump or no longer have a country. And that's incredibly true. It's so incredibly true. It was Trump or no longer have a country. They would have gone scorched earth to the highest level. Like, Ron DeSantis would have been thrown in prison. It would have been so bad. And to think that there are still self-styled serious people out there who are like, if Trump doesn't give us what we want, then we're going to let Democrats win. How do you put yourself in that frame of mind? Like, even if let's say yes, that Trump is just wholly owned by the Zionists, he's just a puppet, just a tool. completely cucked, sold out, betrayed the country, yada, yada, yada. Even if that's true, can you imagine how much worse it could be? It could be unfathomably worse. And I'm not even granting the premise. I'm saying, even with the premise, if that's the way you see it, it would be like, wow, Trump is totally sold out to Israel, completely cucked by the Zionist lobby, and I'm glad things aren't worse. Because holy shit. You see what they're doing with him in office. And it's not like if he wasn't that things would be better. No, there would just be no response. There would be mass shootings, there would be bombings, there would be terrorism. And it would just be covered up and tacitly supported, and like kids would be just getting mass taken from their homes for whatever thin pretext they could come up with. Republicans would be hunted, as Scott Adams said. Republicans are being hunted, but they would have been hunted a hell of a lot more. And there would have been no getting back. There would have been no like, oh, well, Biden got elected and we thought it was going to be really bad, but then look what happened. We came back in 2024. So we just get back in 2028. No, there would have been no 2028. There would have been no 2026. That's right. These people are sick. And it's funny that she did wind up picking a gay guy for a vice president anyways. Latinx adjacent doctor PhD, lately become one of my favorite posters, said she's so real for this. I'm as sad as you are about it, but he's a fag. Is about as real as it gets in Democrat politics. Sorry, can't pick him. He's a fag. Don't know what to tell you. So this is a big, big story that hasn't caught much notice because everyone is convinced that the country is going to be gone next week if Trump doesn't declare martial law and start mass arresting Democrats. But a 6-3 Supreme Court allows President Trump to fire Biden appointee Rebecca Slaughter from Federal Trade Commission and agrees to hear arguments in December challenging Humphrey's executor. This is a whopper. Here's a good breakdown from Eigenrobot, who occasionally has good posts. So it sounds like Humphrey's executor versus U.S. is probably dead. Kind of a holy shit moment as it turns a bunch of currently independent agencies into executive tools. Remember how we talked about how they're having to do this long, slow slog through the court system? Stacking up win after win after win after win. And in many cases, they are explicitly doing things to provoke lawfare so that they can get it appealed up to the Supreme Court so they can get rulings on these specific things. The whole playbook was laid out in Project 2025. But a lot of people have been like, oh, see, he did this thing and it got slapped down in the courts. And so I keep hearing people say, not directly related to that, but I keep hearing people say stuff about the, like as proof that the Trump administration is owned by Israel, that the Trump administration's policy is that if you don't donate money to Israel, then you don't get disaster relief, or you don't pledge to Israel or whatever. You don't get disaster relief money. Like, it seems like there's people who genuinely believe this. Like, believe that's actually the case. No, that was an existing policy that had been around for like 20 years. And when people chimped out about it on Twitter, within a couple of hours, they came out and said that is no longer the policy. It was not some new policy that they introduced. In fact, not only was it standing policy already, but when people chimped about it, they removed it. This is what I mean there's a lot of people who are making these grand pronouncements who are, they're either just lying, they know it, but they're just lying because they want to sell their whatever they have to sell, or they're just simply uninformed. They're just ignorant. And there's dozens and dozens of these things. Because of the nature of the Labe, I go through so many of these. This is why the episodes are 6 hours long. I go through so many of these stories. So we've talked about them, and we're all aware of this. But there's way too many people who aren't. They aren't aware of these little wins. Did you hear that Humphrey's executor is on the chopping block? Do you even know what it means for Humphrey's executor to be on the chopping block? How significant of a win this is? I mean, if you're convinced that the country's not going to exist in a week, then you may not care about a major legal advance toward the actual realization of the unitary executive theory. The notion that the king is basically an elected, or the king, Freudian slip. The president is basically an elected monarch who has two other branches that are going to hold him accountable. But over everything having to do with execution, he has absolute authority. Any executive agency, he has absolute authority. This is the thing that's being challenged. This is the part of the weakening of the executive that has happened over the past 80 plus years. It's really been going on since essentially the day the ink dried on the Constitution. But this is a major, major advance. So let's get some details on this. So here's the lay of the land if Humphrey's executor gets the axe. What Humphreys actually did. In 1935, FDR tried to fire an FTC commissioner for political reasons. The court said, no, you can't remove members of quasi-legislative / quasi-judicial commissions except for cause if Congress structured them that way. This carved out a legal niche for independent agencies, multi-member commissions with bipartisan balance, staggered terms, and removal protections. That's what gave them credibility as non-political experts. The doctrinal scaffold since then. So Wiener v. U.S. in 1958 extended cause protection to War Claims Commission. Morrison v. Olson in 1988, best year in the world, upheld limits on firing independent counsel. Free Enterprise Fund via PCAOB in 2010 struck double insulation, so the president can't fire the SEC, who can't fire the PCAOB board. Then Saylor Law versus CFPB in 2020 invalidated single director removal protection, but left multi-member commissions untouched because of Humphreys. Right now, the compromise is the president has to tolerate Congress's chosen institution for commissions, but not for powerful single directors. So what happens if Humphreys dies? The baseline rule becomes the president can fire any officer he appoints for any reason unless explicitly protected by the Constitution, which would be judges. And I'll add, it wouldn't just be judges, it would be the Supreme Court judges. All the lower courts, constitutionally, all of the lower courts, those judges can be fired by the president at any point for any reason whatsoever. All independent commissions lose their independence overnight. This includes the FTC, the SEC, the FCC, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, the FERC, Energy, the NLRB, the CPSC, and the Fed. Here's a complication. The Fed's independence is statutory, not constitutional. Its governors have for-cause protection, modeled on Humphreys. Practical. The president could reshape monetary policy, financial regulation, labor law, telecom policy, antitrust, etc. instantly by firing the boards and packing them with loyalists. Implications for separation of powers. Massive tilt toward unitary executive theory. Every executive branch action is directly presidential. Congress loses its ability to design insulated expert bodies. Judicial review becomes the only check on presidential capture of agencies. Regulatory stability collapses. Policy can flip on a dime with every presidency. The political optics. Progressives scream regulatory state coups. Conservatives celebrate accountability. Voters can now blame the president directly for everything. But long term, even business lobbies may get spooked. Markets like stable regulators more than presidential whims. Special case, the Federal Reserve. This one's spicy. The Fed's removal protections for governors are statutory, same model as the FTC. Kill Humphreys, and a president could sack Jerome Powell tomorrow. You'd get politicized monetary policy, presidents juicing interest rates before elections. That's banana republic tier governance. Obviously, there's some, this is from Eigenrobot, so there's some shitlibbery in here. Courts might try to carve out the Fed as sui generis, but that's doctrinally incoherent. Long-term consequences. Humphreys was basically the constitutional fig leaf for the New Deal administrative state. One more time. Humphreys was basically the constitutional fig leaf for the New Deal administrative state. Without it, the only constitutional theory sustaining the alphabet soup is raw presidential control. To that I say... So the administrative state survives, but it's no longer independent. It becomes a set of presidential fiefdoms, still constrained by APA and courts, but no longer by internal design. TLDR, killing Humphreys detonates the fiction of independent expertise and hardens the presidency into something closer to a Caesarist office. One-man control over all levers of policy. Have you heard your favorite podcaster talking about this? Your favorite Twitter poster? Have they taken time off from their dooming and spazzing out to mention this? Let's see. This is talking to ChatGPT, I think. Think carefully and give me some probabilities for the outcome after the December hearing. Let's say, okay, Pryor set off the order as written. Outcomes summing to 100%. 60% is full unitary. Court expressly overrules Humphrey's executor, holds Article 2 bars for cause limits on principal officers, multi-member commissions included, at-will removal across FTC, SEC, FCC, NLRB, CPSC, etc. Independence becomes a polite fiction. I'd like to note that, I forget the term for this. One of you guys will know it in the chat. The writing in all lowercase. This is like a millennial shitlib kind of thing where they just always write in all lowercase. And there's a specific term for it, but I can't remember it off the top of my head. He has apparently given directions to, I think this is ChatGPT, to, might be Grok. He has given it specific directions to do the same thing, which is just like, why? I've done this before. I've gone through stages where I just always write in lowercase. But once the phone started auto capping stuff, then I just kind of stopped. But Troon case, yes, thank you, Troon case. 25% odds for a narrow kill. Nominally distinguishes Humphreys into oblivion, e.g. redefines commissioner's functions as executive, construes cause to include policy disagreement, or says Congress can't restrict removal where significant executive power is exercised. Same practical effect as above, with a few face-saving footnotes. So 85% likelihood that it is effectively full unitary. 10% is a remedial dodge, declines to reach Humphreys, but holds courts can't enjoin removals. Limiting remedies to back pay / ultra vires cleanup. Presidents can fire first, litigate later. Independence dies by remedy, not rule. So basically, the president would still be able to fire them. The courts can't prevent the president from firing them, the executives and agencies, but they would have cause to sue and then potentially be restored. And then 5% would be status quo, preserves Humphreys in substance, strikes the stay and blesses for-cause protections. Right now, this would require a vibes reversal from the majority shadow docket drumbeat and the cert before judgment posture, possible but not likely. So there's more here, but that it's kind of getting a little wonky in the rest of this. So I'll leave that to you guys if you want to go through all of that. He says, is this good? I mean, I would bet probably not as far as Fed independence is concerned. I don't think you want that, even if you say you really want that. Markets didn't react, though, so who knows? Perhaps it was priced in. Generally, it's very helpful to have the capacity for bureaucratic independence when the political branches would like to tie their hands as a commitment device. On the other hand, I mean, the managerial state has been far over-insulated from democratic control for too long a time. And of course, if Congress doesn't like it, they can decide which agencies shall do simply by passing a... sorry, I can't keep a straight face here. LMAO, no, Congress barely exists and they're not going to do shit. So obviously, Eigenrobot being a bit of a shitlib. He's from, if you guys know what Teapot is, I mean, if you know what Teapot is, you know who Eigenrobot is, but Teapot is short for that, this part of Twitter. And it's a bunch of these kind of like rationalists, sort of Silicon Valley adjacent kind of, they're like Dave the Distributist, his cultural affect essentially, but more like shitlib and insufferable kind of. That's where Eigenrobot hails from. Okay, so some of these, let's talk about Trump's announcement with fart huffers. That's right, Logan, Texas. Fart huffers. Sledimook says, I followed that guy like 12 years ago and I thought every one of these people were base right wingers. Yeah, like they were the ones who are we're not radical leftists. Let's sit here and hash out all of our policy, have these wonky policy debates about stuff and everything. They're like Yarvin's world kind of, except Yarvin is far too aggressive for them. They're the type of people who would probably show up to an Ayala party. Okay, so this was in Trump's speech at Charlie's memorial, and this is where we'll talk about about autism.
Autism, how about that? Autism tomorrow. 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 Autism, how about that? Autism tomorrow.
I could listen to that for so long, just nonstop. So this is when he was saying that they were going to be making a big announcement about autism. Autism announcement. They're going to be making a big announcement about autism the next day, so on Monday. So they did make the announcement, and one of the biggest aspects of it was the pregnant women taking Tylenol, which is really wild, honestly, because I remember when I first heard about the connections between autism announcement when I post something in the group chat. I remember when people first started talking, or when I first started hearing people talking about the connections between Tylenol and autism, and it was the really like super like loony, crunchy mom on Instagram sort of posters, like Merkala. I heard it from like the Merkala corner of the world. And also stuff about like folate pathways and stuff. That's all just totally over my head. I can't, my brain can't sustain interest or awareness of those kinds of things. But I've been around them. I've seen them going around. And this was all like niche schizo health world stuff. Now we're getting it from the president and the HHS secretary. They also made this announcement here, which is tremendous.
I'll say that they will maybe say at a little bit later date, but I think when you go for the shot, you do it over a 5-time period. Take it over 5 times or 4 times, but you take it in smaller doses and you spread it out over a period of years. And they pump so much stuff into those beautiful little babies, it's a disgrace. I don't see it. I think it's very bad. They're pumping, it looks like they're pumping into a horse. You have a little child, little fragile child, and you get a vat of 80 different vaccines, I guess, 80 different blends, and they pump it in. So ideally, a woman won't take Tylenol. And on the vaccines, it would be good instead of one visit where they pump the baby, load it up with stuff. You'll do it over a period of 4 times or 5 times. I've been so into this issue for so many years just because I couldn't understand how a thing like this could happen. And it's artificially induced. It's not like something that when you go from all of those, healthy babies to a point where I don't even know structurally if a country can afford it. And that's the least of the problems. To have families destroyed over this is just so terrible. I also, and we've already done this, we want no mercury in the vaccine. We want no aluminum in the vaccine. The MMR, I think, should be taken separately. This is based on
what I feel, the mumps, measles, and all the three should be taken separately. And it seems to be that when you mix them, there could be a problem. So there's no downside in taking them separately. In fact, they think it's better, so let it be separate. The chicken pox is already separate because when that got mixed in, I guess they made it four for a while, it really was bad. So they make chicken pox. Individually, they're okay. When you mix them, something maybe happens. So there's no downside in doing it. It's not like, oh, if you do it, bad things. No, it's only good side. And it may not have that much of an impact, but it may have a big impact. So let those be taken separately. And then hepatitis B is sexually transmitted. There's no reason to give a baby that's almost just born hepatitis B. So I would say wait till the baby is 12 years old and formed and take hepatitis B. And I think if you do those things, it's going to be a whole different, it's going to be a revolution in a positive sense.
This is just, I mean, there's got to be, I'm barely ever on Instagram and stuff now, but I can only imagine these poor mothers who have been dragged over the coals, who have lived in fear of having their children taken away from them, who have agonized over the damage that's been done to their children, struggled with all the guilt and everything of that. I can only imagine how validating it must be to hear this. To hear this from the president. And obviously there's like so much further that you can go. But a very good thing to remember. Just get this drilled into your head. 0 to 1, 0 to 1, 0 to 1, 0 to 1. That's what this administration has to be for many things, is starting the process. Going from 0 to 1 is much more difficult than going from 1 to 10. So just getting it underway, beginning to reverse the institutional inertia, is massive. Massive. And it's going to take years for this to trickle down. There's going to be so many doctors are just absolute worthless shit stains. And they're going to chafe under this and not do it. And it's going to take a long time for it to actually start happening. But the biggest thing the biggest impact this is going to have is having this be a top-down thing from the president means that those who choose to be much more, let's say, prudent about how they approach this matter with their children aren't going to have to worry about the Gestapo kicking down their door and taking their children away from them, because this is a very real thing that many of these parents have lived with. That's why we moved out of Southern California. That was one of the biggest reasons we moved out of Southern California, because there was no way on God's green earth that we were going to treat our son that way. Just not going to happen. And we knew that living in California and making those sorts of decisions was not going to work out. If it wasn't for that, we may not have left. So this hits particularly close to home for my wife and I. And Amy was elated, as she just said in the chat here. She's vindicated.
Country. The FDA will be updating the label of an existing drug to reflect potential benefits in reducing some autism symptoms. This gives hope to the many parents with autistic children that it may be possible to improve their lives. That's one of the things that I'm very, very happy about. I mean, this was mostly going to be on how not to have the child affected, but we've learned some pretty good things about certain elements of genius that can be given to a baby, and the baby can get better, and in some cases maybe substantially better. Not going to be easy, but be a lot easier if it didn't happen in the first place, as these great parents fully understand, right?
Now I heard one story today, just a horrifying tragedy that a mom to be, I don't know if she was actually a mom already or if she was just pregnant, but 25 weeks pregnant, 25 months pregnant. She's 25 weeks pregnant and just completely brainwashed. She decided she was going to prove a point. No, I don't trust the president. I believe in science. That's what she said. She says, I believe in science. And she took, if I saw the story correctly, she took an entire bottle of Tylenol to prove the president wrong, apparently. And her liver is failing, and they're likely going to lose the child. Either way, she's not going to survive. And they're trying to save the child. The people who have done this to the minds of our countrymen and women, there is not a consequence on earth that is sufficient for them. It's just horrifying. Something like that is just like I can't even be mad at her. The woman is obviously insane. She's had her brain turned to goo by getting just sustained propaganda for years now, where it's just reflexive. Trump Nazi, therefore anything Trump say, I do opposite. And in this case, she killed herself and probably her unborn child as well. It's just such a freaking tragedy, man.
Your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. Your leftist ass like corn on the cob.
The white man is back, baby. The white man is back. The American will fight. The American will never give up. The American will win because our will is indomitable. God commands us to fight without giving up, and we will. We are always willing.
Patriot. Thank you, willing always. We are always willing indeed. What a banger tip. I timed that on that. I timed that way on purpose. How about an Erica?
Auf der einen blüht ein kleines Blümelein. Und das heißt Erika.
And, okay, so there was a couple of just all-timers that came out of this press conference with Trump. So I'm going to play these for you. The first one, he weighs in on Ozempic again.
For a shot of like an Ozempic or the fat, I call it the fat pill or the fat drug. Sometimes it works, I guess, for people. The ones I've seen, it hasn't worked so well. I got a lot of friends, they're fat. They said, yeah, I lost some weight. I said, you don't look it to me. But for a shot of...
I have a lot of friends, they're fat. And then this one. This one had me dying. He's so freaking funny, man. This is him struggling to say acetaminophen.
First, effective immediately, the FDA will be notifying physicians that the use of well, let's see how we say that. Acetaminophen. Acetaminophen. Is that okay? Which is basically commonly known as Tylenol. Well, let's see how we say that. Well, let's see how we say that. Well, let's see how we say that.
Yeah, he has no shame. He just leaned right into it too. I see it of let's see how do we say that? And then this one, oh man. Jarvis posted this. He said, I've watched this video 3,000 times. I've probably come pretty close to that.
Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen. Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen. Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen. Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen. Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen.
He said, what the 12th beer says to me when I ask him if I should crack it open.
Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen.
It can only good happen. Remember that. Let that be the message that takes you through life. Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen.
Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen.
He's code switching for the libs. What an absolute legend. The greatest thing about this is that he is this guy. He is this lovable grandpa. And the libs are fully convinced he's a Nazi. Ah! Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen. So these sorts of clips drop and their minds combust. Because they see him as this, like, he's a total bumbling doofus to them, and yet simultaneously he's also this evil Nazi. Oh, man. Thank you to Andrew Starr celebrating renewing his subscription for the 4th month. He said, dude, your stream is literally the only one I can't watch on the app. Yeah, I don't know. We talked about this early on in the show, and I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. It seems like it might have something to do with an update that they did. We had a whole bunch of issues on Monday, but it seems as if it's back working again. A couple people said that they restarted their phone, and that made it better. I think someone else said they deleted the app and then reinstalled it, and then it worked. So, yeah, nothing I could do. Sorry, man. Got a couple tips that came through. Let's play these.
White man is back, baby. The white man is back.
The white man is black.
Thank you, Nematode. And then, I hit it too soon.
The white man is back, baby. The white man is back.
There was another attempt on our king. Also, your stream is literally the only one I can't watch on the app.
That was also from Andrew Starr. Yes, we're going to talk about the next attempt here in just a moment. Chuck Fuckelstein!
I'm ready. I will eat your ass. Your leftist ass like corn on the cob.
Thank you, Chuck Fuckelstein. Didn't even say anything. Just $50. I appreciate you, my man. You're a patriot. I think, let's see. Let me give you a soundboard. Give you a soundboard drop. How about this one?
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm kind of retarded.
Okay, so Trump went to the United Nations building, United Nations General Assembly, and gave a speech for the ages. Now, I'm going to do this kind of a little bit in reverse. I've got several clips from this because there was so much in this. So I'm going to do it a little bit in reverse. There was some ordeals at the very beginning of it. We'll talk about that here in a little bit, which includes the assassination attempt, as I'm calling it. But first, I want to go through the speech and all the different things that he talked about in this. Now we'll get into the assassination attempt and then the other thing, which was the teleprompter not working. And it seems as if these things are connected, but the teleprompter didn't work once he got up there to start speaking, and he was supposed to speak for 15 minutes and just was like, all right, well, I'm just going to wing it then. And he proceeded to absolutely bludgeon them, drag their bodies up and down the field, beating the shit out of them for like 55 minutes. Went way over. Teleprompter started working again in the middle of it, but he just kept cooking them. He covered a lot of ground, and it was a rather significant landmark speech, I think, particularly given the context, some of which we'll discuss here after we go through these clips. So the rapid response account helpfully clipped these out, and so I just went through and just opened them all in order, and we will go through them. But there's several of them, so I'm going to speed this up to 1 1/4, and let us rock and roll.
Likewise, in a period of just 7 months, I have ended 7 unendable wars. They said they were unendable. You're never going to get them solved. Some were going for 31 years, 2 of them, 31, think of it, 31 years. One was 36 years. One was 28 years. I ended 7 wars. And in all cases, they were raging with countless thousands of people being killed. This includes Cambodia and Thailand, Kosovo and Serbia, the Congo and Rwanda, a vicious, violent war that was, Pakistan and India, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, and Armenia and Azerbaijan. It included all of them.
Imagine that. Like, imagine showing up as the president. Like, you're the president. You show up as the president, and in 8 months, along with everything else that you're doing, you end 7 wars. And you get 0 credit for it. No headlines. The only time there's ever a headline is something like, Trump claims he ended 7 wars. How many of us have ended any wars? Like, I don't know, if there's a fight happening between Eastwood and Amy, and I have to go step in and use the dad voice and everything, then I'm like, there. My accomplishment. I ended a war for the day. He's out here straight up saving lives. No credit. No credit whatsoever.
No president or prime minister, and for that matter, no other country has ever done anything close to that. And I did it in just 7 months. It's never happened before. There's never been anything like that. I'm very honored to have done it. It's too bad that I had to do these things instead of the United Nations doing them.
You useless
and sadly,
bastards.
in all cases, the United Nations did not even try to help in any of them. I ended 7 wars, dealt with the leaders of each and every one of these countries, and never even received a phone call from the United Nations offering to help in finalizing the deal. All I got from the United Nations was an escalator that on the way up stopped right in the middle. If the First Lady wasn't in great shape, she would have fallen. But she's in great shape. We're both in good shape. We both stood. And then a teleprompter that didn't work. These are the 2 things I got from the United Nations, a bad escalator and a bad teleprompter. Thank you very much. And by the way, it's working now. It just went on. Thank you. I think I should just do it the other way. It's easier. Thank you very much.
You almost hurt his wife. He's maintaining his composure, but he's pissed. He's going to the United Nations and he's saying, you're a bunch of useless fucks. I'm the one that's doing all of this. You're supposed to, and I can't even get a goddamn phone call.
I didn't think of it at the time because I was too busy working to save millions of lives. That is the saving and stopping of these wars. But later I realized that the United Nations wasn't there for us. They weren't there. I thought of it really after the fact, not during these negotiations, which were not easy. That being the case, what is the purpose of the United Nations? The UN has such tremendous potential. I've always said it.
What is the purpose of the United Nations? So he sets this up. I ended all of these wars. Ostensibly, this is why the United Nations exists. There's so much potential. You guys have so much potential. Why do you even exist? If I'm the one who has to go end all of these wars, why are you even here? Why are we entertaining all of this? Why am I going out of my way to come here and give you guys a speech so your fucking escalator doesn't work and the teleprompter doesn't work?
It has such tremendous, tremendous potential, but it's not even coming close to living up to that potential. For the most part, at least for now, all they seem to do is write a really strongly worded letter and then never follow that letter up. It's empty words, and empty words don't solve war.
Isn't that an interesting thing to say? All you do is just write very strongly worded letters and don't follow anything up. Empty words don't solve wars. Very fascinating thing to say, given that a common criticism of him lately from the right is that all the administration is doing is just sternly worded statements and not doing anything.
The only thing that solves war and wars is action.
The only thing that solves wars is action. So this isn't completely extemporaneous. Willing always, he does have notes that he's reading from there, but he's like reading the notes and then just talking. He was supposed to give a 15-minute speech, so he had notes for a 15-minute speech, and he turned it into a 55-minute speech. Clip number 2.
As we seek to reduce the threat of dangerous weapons today, I'm also calling on every nation to join us in ending the development of biological weapons.
Biological weapons, huh? What does that hint at?
Once and for all, and biological is terrible, and nuclear is even beyond, and we include nuclear in that. We want to have a cessation of the development of nuclear weapons. We know, and I get to view it all the time. Sir, would you like to see? And I look at weapons that are so powerful that we just can't ever use them. If we ever use them, the world literally might come to an end. There would be no United Nations to be talking about. There would be no nothing. Just a few years ago, reckless experiments overseas gave us a devastating global pandemic. Yet despite that worldwide catastrophe, many countries are continuing extremely risky research into bioweapons and man-made pathogens.
I wonder which countries he's thinking of.
This is unbelievably dangerous. To prevent potential disasters, I'm announcing today that my administration will lead an international effort to enforce biological weapons convention, which is going to be meeting with the top leaders of the world by pioneering an AI verification system that everyone can trust. Hopefully the UN can play a constructive role.
Clandestine here said, so here's the quote from him. As we seek to reduce the threat of dangerous weapons today, I'm also calling on every nation to join us in ending the development of biological weapons once and for all. And Clandestine says, I don't think people realize the earth-shattering magnitude of what just happened. Trump just stood up in front of the UN General Assembly and told them all to their faces that they must stop making biological weapons. This means Trump knows COVID was a man-made bioweapon, which he hinted at when he said like something about like experimentation resulted in COVID. This means Trump knows COVID was a man-made bioweapon, which means he knows who is responsible for making COVID, which means someone is responsible for crimes against humanity. What has been one of the most talked about subjects at the UN since February of 2022? U.S. bioweapon development at USAID-funded biolabs around the world, most notably Ukraine. And keep this in mind because we're going to talk about Ukraine here in just a minute after we go through these clips. Russia has been talking about the need for investigations into U.S. bioweapon development for years now at the UN and have been ignored and vetoed by the U.S. every single time. They specifically named Obama, Clinton, Biden, and Soros as being the main ideologues of this plot. Trump's DNI Gabbard has been all over this since the jump, and she told us back in May that she was working with RFK Jr., Bhattacharya, and Ratcliffe to look into the origins of COVID, and she specifically mentioned the biolabs in Ukraine multiple times. In conclusion, Trump knows the truth about COVID, and it sounds like he's getting closer to telling the public. And I can't help but recognize that the timing of the big autism announcement with this speech being made. Next clip.
Not only is the UN not solving the problems it should, too often, it's actually creating new problems for us to solve. The best example is the number one political issue of our time, the crisis of uncontrolled migration. It's uncontrolled. Your countries are being ruined. The United Nations is funding an assault on Western countries.
The United Nations is funding an assault on Western countries. This is a struggle session. Straight to their faces. You guys are doing this. You are funding the assault on Western countries.
And their borders. In 2024, the UN budgeted $372 million in cash assistance to support an estimated 624,000 migrants journeying into the United States. Think of that. The UN is supporting people that are illegally coming into the United States. And then
The UN is supporting people illegally coming into the United States.
We have to get them out. The UN also provided food, shelter, transportation, and debit cards to illegal aliens. Can you believe that? On the way to infiltrate our southern border. Millions of people came through that southern border. Just a year ago, millions and millions of people were pouring in, 25 million altogether over the 4 years of the incompetent Biden administration.
So 25 million people came across the border over 5 years, over 4 years, he's saying. That's very interesting. I don't remember what the exact numbers are, but is he saying 25 million total, or is he saying 25 million people illegally came over the border during the Biden administration? I'd be very curious to know where that number came from.
And now?
I know that Tucker mentioned offhand, I think it was in his All In podcast interview, that Trump had told him personally that he believed there's 50 million illegals in the country.
We have it stopped, totally stopped. In fact, they're not even coming anymore because they know they can't get through. But what took place is...
While he's talking about people illegally coming across the southern border, they show the El Salvador delegation.
anymore because they know they can't get through. But what took place is totally unacceptable. The UN is supposed to stop invasions, not create them.
The UN is supposed to stop invasions, not create them. I wonder who wrote this speech. I have a feeling I know.
And not finance them.
Next clip. He's just bludgeoned them for an hour.
What makes the world so beautiful is that each country is unique. But to stay this way, every sovereign nation must have the right to control their own borders. You have the right to control your borders, as we do now, and to limit the sheer numbers of migrants entering their countries and paid for by the people of that nation that were there and that built that particular nation at the time.
You hear that? Play that one more time.
Sheer numbers of migrants entering their countries and paid for by the people of that nation that were there and that built that particular nation at the time.
The people who were there paid for building that nation, and the migrants are being brought into those nations. So the people to whom the nation belongs are paying for the right to be invaded, sponsored by the UN.
They put their blood, sweat, tears, money into that country, and now they're being ruined. Proud nations must be allowed to protect their communities and prevent their societies from being overwhelmed by people they have never seen before, with different customs, religions, with different everything. Where migrants have violated laws, lodged false asylum claims, or claimed refugee status for illegitimate reasons, they should, in many cases, be immediately sent home. And while we will always have a big heart for places and people that are struggling and truly compassionate, answers will be given. We have to solve the problem, and we have to solve it in their countries, not create new problems in our countries.
Solve the problems in their countries, not create new problems in our countries. I can only imagine how much these fucking stooges were seething throughout this entire thing. And I don't think that this speech was ever supposed to happen.
According to the Council of Europe, in 2024, almost 50% of inmates in German prisons were foreign nationals or migrants. In Austria, the number was 53% of the people in prisons were from places that weren't from where they are now. In Greece, the number was 54%. And in Switzerland, beautiful Switzerland, 72% of the people in prisons are from outside of Switzerland.
That's a good point, Slutty Milk. I wonder if that's also why Trump is ending wars everywhere, reduce the potential for refugees. That's a really good thought. I hadn't considered that.
When your prisons are filled with so-called asylum seekers who repaid kindness, and that's what they did. They repaid kindness with crime. It's time to end the failed experiment of open borders. You have to end it now. According to...
When your prisons are filled with so-called asylum seekers who repaid kindness with crime, it's time to end the failed experiment of open borders. Almost 50% of inmates in German prisons were foreign nationals or migrants. So this isn't even people who were arrested for being illegal. Because I highly doubt that they're arresting people for being illegals there. This is illegals who have come and then committed crimes. And half of their prisons are those types.
In America, we've taken bold action to swiftly shut down uncontrolled migration. Once we started detaining and deporting everyone who crossed the border and removing illegal aliens from the United States, they simply stopped coming. They're not coming anymore. We're getting a lot of credit, but they're not coming anymore. This was a humanitarian act for all involved because on the trips up, thousands of people a week were dying. Women were being raped. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Raped, horribly beaten, raped. On the trip up, the journey up, it was a long walk. It was a long, arduous journey, indeed. And it was also a historic victory against human trafficking throughout the region. What we did was a victory, and we saved so many lives of people that wouldn't make the journey. That journey was loaded up with death. Loaded up with death. Dead bodies all along.
That journey was loaded up with death. The man just has a way with language. How's that for framing? That journey was loaded up with death. Cheeky says Grok said at least 46 million people came to the country during Biden's term. Holy shit. 46 million. So him saying 25 million illegal, or him saying 25 million came across the border, that number he's probably saying illegals. So he believes 25 million illegals came in during Biden's term, and there were already at least 25 million illegals here. Those would be the baseline numbers that he's operating off of.
All along the roads of jungles to get up. They go through jungles. They go through areas so hot you couldn't breathe. They were dying of suffocation. Areas so hot that you couldn't breathe. Dead bodies all over. By them not coming, we're saving tremendous numbers of lives. My people have done a fantastic job in doing what they did, and the American public agrees with it. I mean, I was very proud to see this morning I have the highest poll numbers I've ever had. Part of it is because of what we've done on the border. I guess the other part is what we've done on the economy. Joe Biden's policies empowered murderous gangs, human smugglers, child traffickers, drug cartels, and prisoners from all over the world. The previous administration also lost nearly 300,000 children. Think of that. They lost more than 300,000 children, little children, who were trafficked into the United States on the Biden watch, many of whom have been raped, exploited, and abused, and sold. Sold. Nobody talks about that. The fake news doesn't write about it. With many others, young children who are missing or dead. And we found a lot of these children, and we're sending them back, and we've been sending them back to their parents. They said, nobody knows who they are. They said, where do you come from? And they'll give us a country, and we'll find out, and we'll figure it out, and we'll bring them back to their homes. And the mother and father.
So this is part of what's happening. There's 300,000 missing children that they know about. So they're finding those children, finding their parents in other countries, and reuniting the children with their parents. Can you imagine the workload, the amount of personnel required, the coordination required to make that happen? We have this child. We have to identify who this child is, find out which country they're from. Are their parents still alive? Who are their parents? Communicate with the other nation. Get the child taken back there to their parents. And like if you're a humane person and you're gonna tackle this problem of all the illegal people and all of the human trafficking and stuff that's come into the country, you're gonna tackle this problem and you've got to triage it. What are you gonna start with? You're gonna start with the most violent offenders and the children. Let's get the children back to their parents as soon as possible. Let's get the violent offenders out as soon as possible. Those are the top priorities. We've got limited personnel, limited resources. There's like no institutional flow here because all of this stuff has been basically shut down for at least 4 years. So we have to get all the institutions back up and running, get the personnel directed and ordered, and you're talking thousands and thousands of people across different agencies, and we're going to focus, first of all, while we're getting the funding and the personnel to add to this, getting more immigration judges, getting more ICE officers, getting all the funding for it, building detention centers, sourcing all the vehicles and equipment and everything that we need, setting up partnerships with local police departments and sheriff's departments, and then and then doing the big mass propaganda campaign to encourage the self-deportations, and also overhauling the various visa programs and scaling up audit and oversight on all of them, and targeting the fraud and writing the new policies and then having to try to coordinate with Congress to get those passed. What can we get passed? What can we not? And defunding all of these other agencies. So, of course, you're going to start with the most violent and the children. And that's what they've started with. Now they've gotten the funding. They're getting the hiring done. They're getting the immigration judges. They're getting the bad ones removed and the new ones put in. And so now is the point. The new fiscal year is going to be the point where they can really start scaling things up.
They rush to the door and their tears in their eyes. They can't believe that they're seeing their son or daughter, their little son or daughter again. We've done almost 30,000 of them so far. Any system that results in the mass trafficking of children is inherently evil. Yet that is exactly what the globalist migration agenda has done, and it's what it's...
The globalist migration agenda is inherently evil.
Again, we've done almost 30,000 of them so far.
So almost 30,000 children. Of the 300 missing, they've got 10% of them. A large portion of them, I'm sure, are dead, missing, gone, will never be found again. But they've reunited 30,000 children with their parents.
System that results in the mass trafficking of children, them so far. Any system that results in the mass trafficking of children is inherently evil. Yet that is exactly what the globalist migration agenda has done, and it's what it's all about.
Just calling it exactly like it is, the globalist migration agenda. And he said it is inherently evil. Right after saying to the UN, you guys have been paying for this. He's straight up calling them criminals to their faces.
To protect our citizens, I've also designated multiple savage drug cartels as far as and you see this, and you see it happening right before your eyes. Let's put it this way. People don't like taking big loads of drugs in boats anymore. There aren't too many boats that are traveling on the seas by Venezuela. They tend not to want to travel very quickly anymore. And we've virtually stopped drugs coming into our country by sea. We call them the water drugs. They kill hundreds of thousands of people. I've also designated multiple savage...
I wonder why they don't want to anymore.
...savage drug cartels as far as foreign terrorist organizations, along with two bloodthirsty transnational gangs, probably the worst gangs anywhere in the world, MS-13 and Tren de Aragua. Tren de Aragua is from Venezuela, by the way. Such organizations...
FYI, Tren de Aragua is from Venezuela. We'll talk about Venezuela a bit in a minute.
Torture, maim, mutilate, and murder with impunity. They're the enemies of all humanity. For this reason, we've recently begun using the supreme power of the United States military to destroy Venezuelan terrorists and trafficking networks led by Nicolas Maduro. To every terrorist thug smuggling poisonous drugs.
There they show the Venezuelan delegation. They're all looking down.
Into the United States of America, please be warned that we will blow you out of existence. That's what we're doing.
We will blow you out of existence.
No choice. Can't let it happen. They're destroying. I believe we lost 300,000 people last year to drugs, 300,000. Fentanyl and other drugs. Each boat that we sink carries drugs that would kill more than 25,000 Americans. We will not let that happen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Protecting your people.
If you don't get away from this green scam, your country is going to fail. And I'm really good at predicting things, They actually said during the campaign they had a hat. The best-selling hat. Trump was right about everything. And I don't say that in a braggadocious way, but it's true. I've been right about everything. And I'm telling you that if you don't get away from the green energy scam, your country is going to fail. And if you don't stop people that you've never seen before, that you have nothing in common with, your country is going to fail. If you don't get
away from the green energy scam, your country is going to fail. If you don't stop people that you've never seen before, that you have nothing in common with, your country is going to fail. This is like on the levels of like diplomacy and political speak. We're past diplomacy. This is we are going to fucking kill you. Speak.
The entire globalist concept of asking successful industrialized nations to inflict pain on themselves and radically disrupt their entire societies must be rejected completely and totally, and it must be immediate. That's why
this just sounds like
America.
This just sounds like Stephen Miller. The entire globalist concept of asking successful industrialized nations to inflict pain on themselves and radically disrupt their entire societies must be rejected completely and totally, and it must be immediate.
Withdrew from the fake Paris Climate Accord, where, by the way, America was paying so much more than every country. Others weren't paying. China didn't have to pay until 2030. Russia was given an old standard that was easy to meet, a 1990 standard. But for the United States, we're supposed to pay like $1 trillion. And I said, this is another scam. The fact is, the United States has been taken advantage of by the world for many, many years, but not any longer, as you probably noticed. I unleashed massive energy production and signed historic executive orders to hunt for oil, but we don't have to do much hunting because we have the most oil of any nation, anywhere, oil and gas in the world. And if you add coal, we have the most
big,
of
beautiful
any nation
coal
in the world. Clean, I call it clean, beautiful coal. You can do things today with coal that you couldn't.
Clean, beautiful coal. It's just branding. Clean, beautiful coal. CBC.
Have done 10 years ago, 15 years. So I have a little standing order in the White House. Never use the word coal, only use the words clean, beautiful coal.
I would totally believe this too. You are obligated. When you're in the White House, you are not allowed to say coal. You must say clean, beautiful coal. In this house, we believe in clean, beautiful coal. Yeah, none of that dirty coal that the black pillars post every day. Our president told you, no coaling, only clean, beautiful coal.
Sounds much better, doesn't it? But we stand ready to provide any country with abundant, affordable energy supplies if you need them, when most of you do. We're proudly exporting energy all over the world. We're now the largest exporter.
That is...
Coal sounds much better, doesn't it? But we stand ready to provide any country with abundant, affordable energy supplies if you need them, when most of you do.
If you need them, when most of you do. Hey, just FYI, it's here. We're happy to sell it to you. I know you need it. You're doing this whole, like, grit your teeth and be like, windmills, trees over windmills. Hey, man, why don't you just buy some clean, beautiful coal?
In the United States, we want trade and robust commerce with all nations, everybody. We want to help nations. We're going to help nations. But it must also be fair and reciprocal. The challenge with trade is much the same with climate. The countries that followed the rules, all their factories have been plundered. It's really sad to watch. They've been broken. They've been broken by countries that broke the rules. That's why the United States is now applying tariffs to other countries. And much as these tariffs were, for many years, applied to us, uncontrollably applied to us, we've used tariffs as a defense mechanism under the Trump administration, including my first term, where hundreds...
Tariffs as a defense mechanism is more really good framing. We are defending ourselves from you. The countries that followed the rules, so the challenge with trade is much the same as with climate. The countries that followed the rules, all their factories have been plundered by countries that broke the rules.
Hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs were taken in. And by the way, we had the lowest inflation, and now we have very low inflation. The only thing different is that we have hundreds of billions of dollars flowing into our country. But this is how we will ensure that the system works for everyone and is sustainable into the future.
You know, a really, really simple observation that Tom Luongo made. Where my Luongooners at? Tom Luongo made this very simple observation recently, that it's totally incoherent to suggest that tariffs would cause inflation because tariffs don't expand the money supply. That's it. You're not printing money. Tariffs are not printing money. So it's completely incoherent to suggest that they might cause inflation. That's it. That's simple.
White man is back, baby! The white man is back!
Get this man to his goal. Boa, boga, boop, boop.
Thank you, Trump's teleprompter. Ooh, ah, booga, boop, boop. Yeah, let's get to we're almost to the stretch goal. We only got $75 to go. Damn. You guys have been cooking. I think we're going to get there this month. Incredible. You guys are incredible. And I believe this is the last clip, but perhaps one of the most significant. You've heard all those other ones, him just spitting hot fire at him, putting him through the struggle session. But listen to this one.
In honor of this momentous anniversary, I hope that all countries who find inspiration in our example will join us in renewing our commitment, values, and those values, really, that we hold so dear together. Let us defend free speech and free expression. Let us protect religious liberty, including for the most persecuted religion on the planet today. It's called Christianity.
The most persecuted religion on the planet today. It's called Christianity. How obvious does this man have to make it? All these coal posters got to put down the Tylenol. How clear does he need to make it to you? This, what he's saying here, is as important as what he's not saying. What he's not saying should be very obvious. When this speech was written, whomever wrote it, and he approved it, this was a conscious decision to make this statement. Yeah, he's just saying this to rope you into the Zionist plan or something. Remember the great big memorial service on Sunday? Where the entire administration went, his whole cabinet went and preached the gospel straight up, declared faith, family, and freedom. We're an administration that promotes Christianity. There was one mention of Judeo-Christianity in the entire thing, and it was Ben Carson, of course. The most persecuted religion on the planet today, it's called Christianity.
And let us safeguard our sovereignty and cherish qualities that have made each of our nations so special, incredible, and extraordinary. In honor of
just a legendary speech that he gave here, particularly with all the surrounding circumstances. Now, here is the escalator incident. So you can't really see it from this angle, but right about here, Melania just started walking. And he just started walking right after her, and they just walked up there. But how long was this? Boop, right there. Okay, 11 seconds. So for about 7 or 8 seconds, suddenly, the president was frozen in place. And there were people, apparently, it was released later on, that there was UN staffers joking about how funny, that what was released was that they were joking about how funny it would be to just turn off the escalator. Yeah, 7 or 8 seconds is a long-ass time in security terms. Now, I don't know if this was a dry run, a warning, or if someone got disrupted, didn't have an angle, something like that. Now, this alone might be kind of like, it's possible that there was a mistake. You know, it's possible that It just so happened a bunch of people were going up it, no problems whatsoever. All of a sudden, right when the president and his wife step on it, it just stops working all of a sudden. I suppose it's not completely inconceivable. But when it stops working, and then he goes in to give his speech, and the teleprompter doesn't work, why did the teleprompter not work? Was it because they were anticipating that there was going to be no speech from President Trump? Because his brains were going to be splattered all over an escalator? His political career began on an escalator. Was the plan that it was going to end on an escalator? The Secret Service opened an investigation into this already. What's really alarming is the way that his Secret Service detail did not react. They should have been all over him immediately. That's a security breach. He's walking along and all of a sudden, unexpectedly, he just gets frozen in one place for like almost 10 seconds out in an open space with tons of people around. And then on top of that, it wasn't just that the teleprompter didn't work. His microphones were recording, obviously we heard it, but the room mics were not on. Afterwards, he said something about to Melania, like, what did you think of the speech? She's like, I couldn't hear it at all. Only the people who had the translator headsets on heard his speech there. Nobody in the room without the translator headsets could hear it.
Much. Very much appreciated. And I don't mind making this speech without a teleprompter, because the teleprompter is not working. I feel very happy to be up here with you nevertheless, and that way you speak more from the heart. I can only say that whoever's operating this teleprompter is in big trouble.
He's not joking. Look at his face. Like, you've seen him when he kind of jokes or is kind of being like his joking self. He's pissed.
More from the heart. I can only say that whoever's operating this teleprompter is in big trouble.
He's delivering it like a laugh line, but look at his face. He's disgusted. A lot of people were taking this as just kind of like they're like pranking him or something. This is way more sinister to me. I think this was either an attempt or a dry run. Like testing response time on a security team and sending a message. And the fact that the teleprompter didn't work really makes me think that this was intended to be an assassination attempt. So today, he posted this. A real disgrace took place at the United Nations yesterday. Not one, not two, but three very sinister events. First, the escalator going up to the main speaking floor came to a screeching halt. It stopped on a dime. It's amazing that Melania and I didn't fall forward under the sharp edges of these steel steps face first. It was only that we were each holding the handrail tightly, or it would have been a disaster. This was absolutely sabotage, as noted by a day's earlier post in the London Times that said UN workers, quote, joked about turning off an escalator. The people that did it should be arrested. Then, as I stood before a television crowd of millions of people all over the world and important leaders in the hall, my teleprompter didn't work. It was stone cold dark. I immediately thought to myself, wow, first the escalator event and now a bad teleprompter. What kind of a place is this? I then proceeded to make a speech without a teleprompter, which kicked in about 15 minutes later. So he was supposed to give a 15-minute speech, and his teleprompter didn't kick in until 15 minutes after he was supposed to start. The good news is the speech has gotten fantastic reviews. Maybe they appreciated the fact that very few people could have done what I did. There's a Q drop that says something about how they all use teleprompters. Who's writing their speeches? It's kind of interesting. And third, after making the speech, I was told the sound was completely off in the auditorium where the speech was made, that world leaders, unless they used the interpreter's earpieces, couldn't hear a thing. The first person I saw at the conclusion of the speech was Melania, who was sitting right up front. I said, "How did I do?" And she said, "I couldn't hear a word you said." This wasn't a coincidence. This was triple sabotage at the UN. They ought to be ashamed of themselves. I'm sending a copy of this letter to the Secretary General, and I demand an immediate investigation. No wonder the United Nations hasn't been able to do the job that they were put in existence to do. All security tapes at the escalator should be saved, especially the emergency stop button. The Secret Service is involved. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And then, yesterday, right after his speech, he made this post. This post had a lot of people chimping, but the takeaway from this is very obvious to me, and the only other person I've seen who's made this observation is Alexander Dugin. I'll give my read on it here after I read through the truce. He says, after getting to know and fully understand the Ukraine-Russia military and economic situation, and after seeing the economic trouble it is causing Russia, I think Ukraine, with the support of the European Union, is in a position to fight and win all of Ukraine back in its original form. With time, patience, and the financial support of Europe, and in particular NATO, the original borders from where this war started is very much an option. Why not? Russia has been fighting aimlessly for 3.5 years, a war that should have taken a real military power less than a week to win. This is not distinguishing Russia. In fact, it is very much making them look like a paper tiger. When the people living in Moscow and all of the great cities, towns, and districts all throughout Russia find out what is really going on with this war, the fact that it's almost impossible for them to get gasoline through the long lines that are being formed, and all of the other things that are taking place in their war economy, where most of their money is being spent on fighting Ukraine, which has great spirit and only getting better, Ukraine would be able to take back their country in its original form, and who knows, maybe even go further than that. Putin and Russia are in big economic trouble, and this is the time for Ukraine to act. In any event, I wish both countries well. We will continue to supply weapons to NATO for NATO to do what they want with them. Good luck to all. Now, let me see, before I give my take, let me see real quick, look at the comments here and see what your guys' read on this is. Slutty Milk says, key sentence, with the support of the EU, not us. Yes. Let's see. Okay, Spud Rocket says she saw a couple other people coming to this conclusion too. Killerman says he's telling Russia to finish up the war fast, in my opinion. Okay. Slutty Milk says supply as in sell. He makes it sound like a croquet match. Phil says, a.k.a. Fafa with Russia and buy our weapons. Go fuck yourself. Emperor Trady says, yeah, you guys should keep fighting. You can buy our weapons. Good luck and Godspeed. Cheeky says, man, I thought Trump would mega troll if negotiations would successfully and get back the $500 billion seized by the EU commies and have it invested in the U.S. Well, he's already gotten a substantial amount from the EU commies, and money is fungible. So, okay, yeah. So my read on this is I saw every take that I saw on this was people saying, oh, how does he think? Doesn't he know that Russia's winning and that how could he be defending Ukraine and look at what Zelensky did to him and all this stuff? And the way this reads to me is, all right, this wasn't my war. I thought we could get it wrapped up. I thought you guys were going to be reasonable. Washing my hands of it. You guys knock yourselves out. And hey, EU, if you want to buy our weapons, NATO, you want to buy our weapons, we're happy to sell them to you. Go for it. We're not going to be involved. We've got other priorities. I'm filling that last bit in myself. Because we definitely have other priorities. I'm going to get to that here in just a second. Let me see if I can find... I didn't pull this up before, but I'll do it now here. Dugan's tweet. Dugan said... oh, interesting. He said a number of things here. Dugan's retweeting Alex Jones. Holy crap. He has been... Dugan's retweeting Gunther Eagleman. Holy cow. I should have opened this. Okay, yeah, this is what Dugan said. Maybe I am wrong, but I read Strange Trump's pro-Ukrainian post a bit differently. I see here, farewell to Kiev. Trump meant, okay, if you, Zelensky and European NATO, are so powerful and Russia is so weak as you pretend, come and fight them. Alone. Without me. I'll sell you weapon. Yeah, that was exactly how I read it as well. Let me see what Dugan's also saying. He said, Trump is about a deal. What is a deal? It is when you are always ready to drop it if you have other offer, this time the better one. Succession and Mountainhead of Jay Armstrong are great examples. Trump is deal maker. MAGA is for him a deal. GOP also. EU, NATO, ONU, Kiev, Putin. Neocons, Netanyahu, Modi, China, Epstein's files, deep state. Nothing but a deal. It is brutal, shocking, savage, highly immoral, but sincere. It is a pure capitalism without hypocritical humanitarian veil. It is a bit Ayn Rand. The rule of commercially strongest. I mean, not completely wrong. Let me see. Let me see what... he had some more tweets up here. He goes through these long retweet sprees. He's retweeting Bannon. He says... Oops. He quote tweets Bannon saying, I say, President Trump, let's shut down the government this time. Let's take down the administrative state this way. If you're essential, come to work and we'll pay for it. If you're not, we'll have to rethink it. Let's roll. White House to agencies, prepare mass firing plans for a potential shutdown. In memo, the Trump administration says the reduction in force plans would go beyond standard shutdown furloughs. Oh, you're tickling my giblies. He says, Dugan says, for sure, Trump is nothing of essential. He is loyal only to his self. Bargain, deal, profit, personal success, glory, strength, nothing to do with ideology. But I appreciate the will and decisiveness of MAGA. Trump is not the end. He is the way, the bridge, the transition. Then he says, multipolarity is on the rise. In spite of it all, Trump is crushing liberal world order based on so-called rules, but proposes nothing to replace it. Just chaos and personal quest for glory. More Trump dismantles globalism, more multipolarity is strengthened. Trump helps to the multipolar world to be installed, mostly in spite of his own desires. He assures the preliminary conditions to it. Trump uses very rude words on Russia. Putin is not answering with the similar insults and stays polite. That doesn't mean he can't hear the blames and slanders. He just keeps calm as always. We don't like this turn. Trump has chosen counterproductive way to speak with Russia. And then did he say anything else? Scrolling. No. Okay, that was it. So, now I think part of what is informing this is the fact that, well, here, let me catch up on your guys' comments here real quick. A bunch of them just came through. Gunther Giedelman. He's also saying NATO should shoot down enemy aircraft in their airspace. Yep. Slutty Moke says Trump has repeatedly said he thought this war would be easiest, but turned out to be the hardest, so it makes sense. Let's see, anything else that jumps out here? He's letting the commies go broke and kill themselves. Trust Plan Star says, I assume that Israel deal will be done soon. He's having meetings with Gulf state leaders soon, and Iran's leader tweeted out that he has no plans for a nuclear weapon. Yes, that's true. I did see that as well, which is very interesting. Saudi Arabia kicked us out of the air bases we were using around there. Estonia is allowing Britain to host F-35s. Britain is trying to get 35As because they're nuclear capable, unlike the 35Bs they currently have. Next conflict up is Israel versus Turkey. Now, that's very interesting, ER Hank 42. That's very interesting you say that. Next conflict up is Israel versus Turkey. Pin that thought for just a moment, because I've got something on that here in a second here. But before that, did you guys hear about the Secret Service disrupting what could have been potentially some sort of major terror attack surrounding the UN General Assembly? Homeland Security tweeted this out yesterday. Today, the Secret Service announced the dismantling of a network of electronic devices located within 35 miles of the United Nations General Assembly, used to carry out a wide range of telecommunications attacks. Here is a Secret Service agent to tell us about it.
Hello, my name is Matt McCool, and I'm the special agent in charge of the Secret Service.
Gotta like the guy already. He's got a fantastic name.
New York field office. We are making this announcement as a matter of public interest given timing, amount, and concentration of material recovered during a recent Secret Service Protective Intelligence investigation. Following multiple telecommunications-related imminent threats directed towards senior U.S. government officials this spring, the U.S. Secret Service began a protective intelligence investigation to determine the extent and impact these threats could have on protective operations. This was a difficult and complex effort to identify the source of these fraudulent calls and the impact on the Secret Service protective mission. During this period, we leveraged technical assistance and support of federal partners, including Homeland Security Investigations, the Department of Justice, and the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. We also received phenomenal support from our state and local law enforcement partners, to include the NYPD. The investigation led us to the New York tri-state area, where investigators discovered tens of thousands of co-located and networked cellular devices capable of carrying out nefarious telecommunications attacks.
Tens of thousands of co-located and network-connected cellular devices. This was no small backyard operation. There was millions of dollars put into this.
These devices allowed anonymous encrypted communications between potential threat actors and criminal enterprises, enabling criminal organizations to operate undetected. This network had the potential to disable cell phone towers and essentially shut down the cellular network in New York City. These devices were concentrated within 35 miles of the global meeting of the United Nations General Assembly, now underway in New York City.
So they had the ability to basically signal jam and shut down all cellular communications for New York City within 35 miles of the UN General Assembly, where it seemed as if there was an attempted assassination. There was an assassination attempt on the president. And this is also on the heels of, and I did decide not to really go into this because I don't really trust the source, but what's her name? Laura Loomer and Lara Logan. I'm more inclined to trust Lara Logan than Laura Loomer, but both of them are talking about how they both have sources. I do trust that they do have connected sources. I just don't necessarily trust them as filters, and I don't trust necessarily that their sources would be reliable themselves. But they're both talking about how there are Islamic terrorist cells. Laura Loomer says Al Qaeda. Lara Logan says IRGC, that they have there are terror cells that have embedded themselves into the country, and that their operation that they're building up, that they've been tracked by U.S. intelligence, is buying first responders gear. The idea is to sow chaos and be dressed as first responders when there's some sort of major event. So having a big communications jamming device in a massive city, while there's also these reports of terror cells in the country looking at disguising themselves as first responders, those things together have me like, And these sorts of reports of like the Islamic terror cells and stuff like that's been around for a long time. So I'm not going to immediately chimp about it, but that corresponding with this, corresponding with the escalator and the teleprompter, that's got the old noggin jogging.
Given the timing, location, and proximity and potential for significant disruptions to the New York telecom system, we move quickly to disrupt this network. To be clear, these recovered devices no longer pose a threat to the New York tri-state area. We will continue working towards identifying those responsible and their intent, including whether their plan was to disrupt the UN General Assembly and communications of government and emergency personnel during the official visit of world leaders in and around New York City. Forensic examinations of the equivalent of 100,000 cell phones worth of data is underway.
100,000 cell phones worth of data.
Early analysis indicates cellular communications between foreign actors and individuals that are known to federal law enforcement.
Between foreign actors and individuals who are known to federal law enforcement. So the other interesting thing here is that this report is being delivered. This was, what was this, yesterday? So, now it's Thursday, so this was posted on Tuesday. So they disrupted this on Monday, and they're publicly issuing this report, notifying everybody on Tuesday. Why do we need to know this? Why is this newsworthy? Why are they coming out and delivering this message?
Given the sensitivity and complexity of this investigation, we are not able to go into specifics at this time. This is an open and active investigation, and we have no arrest to announce today. Rather, this announcement is designed to safeguard critical infrastructure and responsibly provide the public what we can at this time. The Secret Service will continue to run down all leads until we fully understand the intent of the operation and identify those responsible.
Jukebox Wizard said, did they bust this before the assembly? If it wasn't attempted, to explain why they didn't go through with it. Exactly my thought. Exactly my thought. Was the fact that they busted this the reason why the attempt didn't actually happen? Maybe not everybody was looped in on the fact that it wasn't going to happen. So whoever was supposed to hit the emergency stop button didn't know that whoever else was not there. And it could be as easy as if there were staffers who were joking around about doing it and like, oh yeah, we're going to go do that. Boop, doesn't it look silly? And somebody else knew about it and went through the grapevine and they were like, all right, these guys are going to do this as a prank. That's our opportunity. That's our window. But then this got busted and they got scattered or something. I don't know. Here's an image of it. So they're providing an image as well. This is on the Epic Times. I'm very curious why they're really coming out and releasing this and talking about it publicly. There was a couple things here that were a couple more specific details. The device is an assortment of more than 300 co-located SIM servers and 100,000 SIM cards spread across multiple sites. The world leaders, including U.S. President Donald Trump, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky are expected to speak at the event. The electronic devices presented an imminent threat to the Secret Service's protective operations and could have been used to conduct a wide range of telecommunications attacks, such as disabling cell phone towers, enabling denial of service attacks, and facilitating encrypted communication between potential threat actors. The potential for disruption to our country's telecommunications posed by this network of devices cannot be overstated, U.S. Secret Service Director Sean Curran said. The U.S. Secret Service's protective mission is all about prevention, and this investigation makes it clear to potential bad actors that imminent threats to our protectees will be immediately investigated, tracked down, and dismantled. The investigation remains ongoing, with initial examination of these devices pointing to nation-state threat actors and individuals who are known to federal law enforcement. And this seems like under previous administrations, it seems like we would have gotten not just nation-state threat actors, but this would have been capitalized on immediately to target specific nation-states. But we're not getting that. If it's nation-state threat actors, I have a feeling they know which nation-states, but they're not naming them for some reason. NYPD is assisting the investigation along with the Department of Homeland Security, Department of Justice, and other law enforcement partners. It can't be understated what this system is capable of doing, said Matt McCool, special agent in charge of the Secret Service's New York field office, the guy in the video I just played. It can take down cell towers, so then no longer can people communicate, right? You can't text message, you can't use your cell phone. If you couple that with some sort of other event associated with UNGA, use your imagination there. It could be catastrophic to the city. Coupled that with some sort of other event, like an assassination attempt on the president, while all comms are scrambled. Can't communicate in or out of the city to alert anyone else as to what's going on. Officials said they haven't uncovered a direct plot to disrupt the UN General Assembly and noted there are no known credible threats to New York City. Now, I will say, the fact that the Secret Service reacted to the escalator event and immediately opened an investigation tells me that they're thinking the exact same thing that we're thinking. Agents found rows of servers and shelves stacked with SIM cards at the site. More than 100,000 were already activated, with others waiting to be deployed. McCool described the operation as a well-funded, highly organized enterprise, one that cost millions of dollars in hardware and SIM cards alone. The operation had the capability of sending up to 30 million text messages a minute. Following the Charlie Kirk assassination on September 10, the U.S. House of Representatives increased security funding for members. It allows a monthly allotment of $10,000 to House members for personal security and up to $20,000 for comprehensive security equipment to be installed at their personal residences. That's kind of insane to me. $10,000 a month for personal security is nothing. The latest security allotments build upon earlier programs to upgrade security at members' primary residences and during official travels. The White House has requested an additional $58 million for security for the executive and judicial branches following the assassination. Nearly $900 million has been requested by the judiciary for courthouse security, an increase of 9.3% over the initial 2025 budget allocation. Quote, much of the requested increase is necessary to maintain current services, which include meeting government-wide obligations to fund previously enacted federal employee pay increases and required adjustments to employee health benefit contributions, addressing non-pay inflation and maintaining or replacing existing and outdated judicial facilities and infrastructure, according to the Administrative Office of the U.S. Courts. So there's that story. Then there's this one. This from Penguin6 on Twitter. Andrew Layden, freelancer for the DC media and YouTube. What is that? Ex-Congress aide, ex-lawyer, ex-author, ex-techie. He said, first truckload of anti-scale riot fencing arriving near the White House today. Not sure why at this time. This community note is not accurate. It said they're not being delivered to the White House. They're for the annual test installation of the 17th Street levee. So this is anti-scale fencing here. And he follows up. I've heard preliminary reports that Netanyahu will visit this week. For the community to note people who incorrectly added a note, here is the proof from later in the evening that you are wrong. I remember who one of you guys, it was E.R. Hank, said something about Israel and Turkey. This is from the Washington Broad Street. Anti-scale fencing installed at White House and Lafayette Square ahead of high-profile visits. Workers put up tall anti-scale fencing around the White House and Lafayette Square late Tuesday, temporarily blocking pedestrian access to areas that typically remain open. Authorities have not announced the reason for the installation, but the timing coincides with 2 upcoming visits by foreign leaders that in the past have drawn demonstrators. Turkish President Erdogan is scheduled to meet with President Trump on Thursday. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is expected at the White House next Monday. Both leaders' previous trips to Washington have prompted protests, some of which have turned confrontational. During a 2017 visit, members of Erdogan's security detail clashed with protesters outside the Turkish ambassador's residence. Several demonstrators were injured in the incident, drew criticism from U.S. officials. Anti-scale fencing has been used in the past during periods of heightened security. In June of 2020, similar barriers were erected around the White House perimeter following large demonstrations for George Floyd in Lafayette Square. So that's very interesting. That's a very interesting connection. That both Netanyahu and Erdogan are showing up back to back, and they're installing this fencing. Yeah, Jukebox Wizard, that and the first responder rumor lines up terrifyingly well. You can write that story real easily. So I got a few more things here that kind of build on that. I wanted to use that as a setup for this stuff. So the UN Secretary General says this.
We must choose climate justice. The climate crisis is accelerating, but so are the solutions. The clean energy future is no longer a distant promise. It's already here. No government, industry, or special interest can stop it. But some are trying, hurting economies, locking in higher prices, and squandering a historic opportunity.
It's already here. No special interest, nothing can stop it, but some are trying to. That was not his voice, Mr. Sue. That was a translator. So this sounds like a message. This is a message sent directly to President Trump. And Mike Benn says Antifa and the head of the UN push the exact same energy policies and use the exact same language to do it. It's almost as if the global Antifa network is anarchist street muscle deployed to destabilize any government who resists UN pressure to enact government policies that profit UN-linked financial profiteers. And then this. I said we'd bring up Venezuela again. This from some bitch I know. Very good follow. The John Brown Club receives financial and legal support from an organization allied with the Anti-Fascist International Conference. This conference is directly linked to Nicolas Maduro, who heads the Cartel de los Soles, which is designated as a specially designated global terrorist. This was posted at Georgetown today by the John Brown Club. Hey, fascist, catch! The only political group that celebrates when Nazis die. Just openly posted at a major college in the United States. The only political group that celebrates when Nazis die, using the exact phrase on the bullet, or on the bullet from the round from Charlie Kirk's Assassin. Sorry, brain's starting to shut down a little bit here. More on the defense fund here. There's a link to Andy No. One of the international groups funding Antifa terrorists in the U.S. is the International Antifa Defense Fund. They operate fundraising campaigns on Patreon, Fundraiser, and the ActionNet. Militant Antifa activist and Rutgers assistant professor Mark Bray donates proceeds from his Antifa handbook to this group. The Defense Fund has donated to the Antifa militants in Texas charged with attempted murder after allegedly shooting up an ICE facility in Alvarado, hitting an officer in the neck. Data Republican has been going ham on Venezuela ties as well. And she's got a thread here that if we had gotten through everything quicker, I was going to go through more of the detail on this. But maybe I'll save this for another episode and we'll go into more detail on all of that. But I want to at least highlight the Venezuela ties here. 2 days ago, an Argentine economist sat down to discuss militant work with a Latino media group called Voces en Lucha. The interview was conducted on July 26, 2025 in Caracas. Audio-visual seed of the interview in Caracas with Argentine economist and writer Claudio Katz, where he talks about the siege of Venezuela, the resistance of the people and the government, the strengthening of the communal experience, and the recovery of productive roots. Claudio Katz is not just an Argentine economist, though. He's also a professor emeritus of political theory at Loyola. Here's the full video. I'll go through this thread, and we'll go through this in more detail on a future episode. But video was published 2 days ago. Interview took place over the summer, July 26th. TLDR, wherever you turn, whether in a militant left-wing activist group or in higher education, you'll find direct ties to Venezuela and the Maduro regime. And if you guys will recall, we did the long dive into the voter fraud stuff, the long thread from Emerald Robinson, illustrating all of the connections between Venezuela and Tren de Aragua and the European banking system, the Eurodollar system. And here's this. The Canadian government has just been caught funding Antifa to target its own citizens and the United States.
This is a big one. And this just came out today. Canada, Trudeau and Canada is funding Antifa. You can't make this up. Discord chat platform scrutinized in Kirk assassination used Canadian leftist networks to circulate political target files. Lawyer alleges federally funded
Fargate tiles. Damn those Fargate tiles.
Federally funded Canadian anti-hate network has aided Antifa-aligned groups that are compiling private dossiers on citizens via Discord. You cannot make this stuff up. Canada, Trudeau, is funding Antifa. This proves the element of foreign support. And as much as we may or may not view our Canadian brothers as foreign, that is a foreign country. And we are not obliged to support the radical leftist views of Canada. And you're trying to support American far left organizations, right? That is a big deal. This is a massive deal. And I think it's more than enough justification to do this. By the way, they get a lot of money from Germany too. Germany sends a lot of money to Antifa. There's a lot of foreign money coming in. And that's huge because stopping the money flow is the best thing that this does. Let's talk about that. This is the authority that they used to designate the cartels.
Okay, so we watched that before. So the authority that they use to designate the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, he just goes through it for those who hadn't seen the other episode and illustrates how each one of these things applies to Antifa. Captive Dreamer says, this is why it's important that Antifa is declared an international, not just domestic terror group. The Canadian government is quite literally funding various Antifa organizations with the explicit goal of compiling dossiers on private citizens. And, what did I see there? Patriot! Rothgar. Patriot. Andy No. No exclusive. NGO. That's what I just realized his last name is spelled NGO. And so that some bitch I know chick, the Andy No, Data Republican, there's a bunch of these citizen journalists, quote unquote, who are doing yeoman's work, digging through all of this, pulling all this stuff up. I guarantee you that their work is going to feature in the actual government documentation for this designation. He says, DNI is looking at recommending International Antifa be branded a foreign terrorist organization, according to source. Biden's State Department had already declared a far-right decentralized network terrorists before, providing a framework. Isn't this delicious? So Biden's State Department had declared a far-right decentralized network terrorists in the past. So there is a framework for them to do this with Antifa. I already opened the link here. Following President Trump's announcement that his administration would be treating Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization, the post-millennial has learned that officials within the Office of the Director of National Intelligence are working to establish Antifa's international networks as a foreign terrorist organization. According to a source not authorized to speak publicly, the DNI is examining Antifa's transnational ties. If formally recommended by the DNI, the foreign terror group designation would ultimately still have to be approved by the State Department. And if this is coming out and being reported now, and just given everything else we've known about the administration, the things they've been working on, the whole Emerald Robinson's long list about the, what was the name of that group? Foot Patrol. All the people who were, I think, from President Trump's National Security Council in the past, they did all this legwork on the Venezuelan connection, and then we strongly speculated that they recruited Elon, essentially. And then Josh Steinman was like, I've been waiting for this to come out. Yes, Slutty Milk, I wonder again why Tulsi was coming under attack. Exactly. They didn't just start working on this. They've been working on this. But it takes a long time to actually formally be able to legally designate an organization as a foreign terrorist organization, particularly if its nature is to be really decentralized the way that Antifa is. The president's announcement on Truth Social was celebrated by conservatives, but is largely symbolic, as U.S. law does not recognize domestic terrorist organizations. If you guys were listening to the Labe, you already knew that. The categorization is mostly used in law enforcement to understand various groups. Courts have repeatedly held that the First Amendment widely protects association, even with groups that advocate violence. However, an FTO designation would carry teeth. It would allow sanctions against Antifa's overseas networks and individuals, and criminalize American involvement in organizing with them or receiving funds. Additionally, the Department of Justice could look at how state prosecutors in San Diego County in 2024 identified and broke up the SoCal Antifa cell by successfully convicting 12 members with felony conspiracy to riot. Conspiracy and RICO criminal statutes also exist at the federal level. Antifa is a decentralized international network that solicits attacks on targets and provides instructional and training materials on methods for attacks, including on infrastructure and government officials. The violence and organizing are done in furtherance of revolutionary anarchist communist ideology. Those who carry out attacks or kill are glorified and celebrated by Antifa. If the State Department were to designate Antifa as an FTO, it would not be the first time an international decentralized network was targeted this way. President Biden's State Department in January of 2025 designated Terrorgram, a decentralized, mostly online international collective of far-right extremists, as a terrorist organization. The foreign leaders of the group had their property and financial interests subject to U.S. jurisdiction blocked. Terrorgram functions similarly to Antifa and how they call for violent attacks on infrastructure, government officials, and individuals. And I really wonder if this happened in January of 2025, what do you think are the chances that this was actually some sort of like, I mean, we can assume that even under President Biden's State Department, 100% of the State Department officials weren't completely, black hats, for lack of a better term. I wonder if this was done as a setup for Antifa. Because if you could get this through, with the Biden State Department might be like, oh yeah, decentralized right-wing terror group, yeah, foreign terrorist organization. And now you've established the legal pretext for doing it for Antifa. I wonder if there's some unknown, never to be named white hats, again, for lack of a better term, who did this in January. So just updating some of their violence that they've undertaken. In response to Trump's announcement, Antifa supporters and sympathetic media outlets are insisting that Antifa doesn't exist, yet Antifa networks are well documented, from the Torch Antifa network, which includes Portland's notorious Rose City Antifa, to Antifa International, which helps prospective members connect to some country-specific cells. And when I was talking to my source today, he told me that I think about 3 weeks before Charlie Kirk's assassination, there were a bunch of Antifa people who went down to Cuba and were getting military training shooting and everything in Cuba. And right after the assassination, all social media evidence of that was scrubbed. If the FTO designation moves forward, it would mark the most significant legal step in holding Antifa accountable for domestic and international organized crime. Okay. Now, continuing here. This video is kind of bizarre and surreal, but it's worth watching for a particular reason.
Kathy asked a question that is a hot topic of debate internally, Leah. We need a national symbol of unity to stand against authoritarianism or for pro-democracy. I'm interested in using purple bandanas. It's not about being red or blue. It's about standing in solidarity with each other for democracy. How can we as a group come up with something we can stand behind? So we have had this conversation internally and with a lot of the No Kings Coalition and other folks, and we're circling around an idea that, Leah, we're not allowed to fully announce anything yet.
Well, I mean, so we're actually, I would just say, we agree this is a gap. And one of the things we're tracking and trying to figure out is like what's getting organic pickup that we can start to pull out and capitalize on, right? And so thinking about things that we're seeing pop on the internet, things that we're seeing start to like take off in places like Reddit. The color yellow and black have come up a lot, which is obviously very like, you know, kind of people taking pieces of the No Kings logo and running with it as a color scheme. We agree this is like a need, and what we really want to do is try to figure out like what's already starting to organically take off that we can collectively come in together on. But we hear you, and we think this is something that we're very much thinking about right now.
We had a whole hour-long meeting with folks. Was it yesterday? Oh, nigga, you gay! So it's one of the challenges, and something that we discussed, is when you try to seed something like this, when you try to grow something like this, you start with an idea, and we can all, like, you can debate, like, it should be purple, it should be yellow, it should be green, whatever it is. And one challenge is settling on what that idea is that you want to push. And then you've got this period in between when you've settled on the idea and when you actually make that a cultural phenomenon. And in the in-between period, what you need is a lot of people who say, screw it, I'm just going to do it. I'm going to be one of the first movers out there who's just, I'm all in yellow, or I've got my yellow bandana, or it's, you know, whatever it is. And we're going to need a lot of people who do that. So this group, once we have something, we are going to be asking all of y'all to help be the first movers on this, to make the thing a thing. Hopefully we'll be ready to come back here soon and try to push on something like that.
So Mike Shelby, Gray Zone Intel on Twitter, says, Color Revolution alert. The country's largest protest network just spent an hour deciding on a color and symbol for the 2028 color revolution. And he adds this, extremely important. Here's marching orders for you guys. It's critical, maybe the most important meme war since 2016, that we lambast, lampoon, ridicule, undermine, and otherwise destroy this color or symbol when they announce it. They can never own this color. It has to be contested. It has to be ridiculed, subverted, and ultimately ruined as part of their revolutionary identity. It has to represent 100 different outrageous things, like maps, trans, communism, etc. It will be incumbent on you to meme their revolutionary color out of existence. What is a color revolution without a color? It's a war, ladies and gentlemen, and you get to be the soldiers in this one. That's right, Trendfear. Meme war veterans, gear up. Fight isn't done yet. Meme soldiers standing back and standing by, Mr. President, sir. That's right. You guys got to be ready. Time for meme warring. And, you know, it's really easy to it's easy to mock and ridicule these people, but it's also worth noting that this is how dedicated and intent they are. They live this. Organizing, activism. They will spend an hour debating about what color they should have because they understand how significant and important it is for rallying around the cause, for creating and instantiating the cause, and building up support for it. This is an entire lifestyle to these people. And on the individual level, they might be extremely unimpressive, revolting, but the way that they organize makes them a legitimate political force, particularly because they offer themselves up as vessels to be occupied, both in spiritual terms and in financial patronage terms. And the point that I really want to drive home here is that I've got a couple tweets here that I'm going to read that are relevant to this. I'm going to set up for that, and that's what we'll wrap with. What I really want to drive home with this sequence of things that I went through, from the assassination attempt to the big comms jamming operation bust that they did, them putting up these no climb barriers in the around the White House, all these things that are happening right now. It's also worth noting, I didn't even get into all of this, but it's worth noting that they've got like at least a full carrier group stationed in the Caribbean now. There was some sort of ICBM test into the North Atlantic. They're stationing people off of Puerto Rico. There is a tremendous amount of military muscle being centered down in the Caribbean right around Venezuela. Venezuela is key to Antifa, Tren de Aragua, MS-13, the entire the narco trade, the human trafficking, the terrorism. And Venezuela is pretty obviously a hub, an outpost for the real baddies, the far removed, the financing baddies. And I think this is an extremely important context for understanding President Trump's posture toward Russia and Ukraine. He's like, we're happy to sell weapons to you, but we're not getting involved over there. They changed the name from Department of Defense to Department of War, and they're changing their mandate to focusing on the Western Hemisphere. We're not going to try to fight a two-front war with Russia and China. We're going to lock down the Western Hemisphere. And they're gearing up for direct military conflict in the Western Hemisphere. And Antifa, domestically, taking shots at ICE, assassinating political operatives, is just the tip of the iceberg. So when all the guys are like chipping out and they're like, just start arresting people, do you realize the magnitude of what's happening here? Do you even remotely comprehend what the administration is engaging with now? There is no just like little street operators and you just arrest them and send a message. It's nowhere near that, quotidian. These are deep, extraordinarily wealthy, extraordinarily well-armed military powers that are embedded who knows where and who knows what dimension, how far spread they are, where all they are within the country. Spud Rucker says, be careful that you don't dismiss them. No, I'm doing, yes, absolutely. Do not dismiss them. Because those people, those little goobers that I just showed you, those are one small part of this larger operation. She says they're embedded in a lot of unions and network every day to expand that are planning on a national strike in 2028 to crash the system. They're communist anarchists. A lot of this looks similar to early Bolshevik movement. Right. So what they're doing right now, what the administration is doing right now, is they're laying the groundwork for the street level, going after the street level people, and also going after the top people, the financiers, which will strand out the middle. They're doing like a high-low middle pincer movement, which will isolate the bureaucrats, the middle managers. But these things have to be done in coordination. And it takes time to set this up, while they're also dealing with who knows what still embedded within their agencies. They just now got through the Supreme Court this preliminary precedent-setting victory lining up for the overturning of Humphrey's executor, which I covered earlier in the show, which would potentially give the pretext for being able to just do total mass firings and purging the executive agencies. They're lining up for a government shutdown here, which it looks like they may be capitalizing on that to purge agencies further. But if you're saying, like, oh, just deploy the military and just start cracking skulls, how much of that military is embeds from Antifa or Tren de Aragua or whomever else? If you're asking them to just to blow their wad early before they have everything in place, you're demanding that they commit national suicide because you're impatient. Because you're uncomfortable. You gotta be uncomfortable. This is not a domestic law enforcement issue. This is a military, domestic military operation that has to be undertaken as such. And just knocking some skulls and getting some arrests and just like, going and arresting a billionaire or something is very likely to kick shit off that they're not remotely equipped at this point to handle, because they need to line up a whole bunch of things. And if they kick it off early, that's worse than doing nothing at all. Yes, Mr. Sue, all of the ICE hiring is to create a paramilitary to counter the counterforces who infiltrated the military. At the very least, among other things. Because they've got to have a paramilitary that's ready to go in the event that they have traitors and stuff within the actual military. They've also got to keep doing the mass deportations. This is also why they've prioritized and dedicated so much to getting the violent ones out first. Because, you got to triage this. You've got a bunch of basically violent military operatives within your country with a looming potential war where they're going to start kicking stuff off here in the country. So target the ones who are most likely to be the most violent or dangerous or have connections to cartels or other paramilitary operations. And some of these fucking retards are yelling that the abuelas aren't getting sent out. How do you not get a clue? Couple great tweets here from Diomedes Appreciator at Homeric Futurist on Twitter, and we'll wrap with this. Guys act like Trump can just press a button and legions of competent, loyal stormtroopers will ride out from government buildings and dismantle Antifa, and he's just afraid to push it. Listening to 90% of our guys on Twitter over the last few weeks, this is exactly how they're talking. As if there's just that magic button and Trump's too much of a slow, bumbling boomer to be aware of the situation and just push it. But if you've got the vaguest sense of anything else that's going on in the hemisphere right now, it's very clear they have an extremely keen sense of what time it is and what's going on right now. The reality is he's the elected leader of a massive bureaucracy that is largely sympathetic to the left. Decades and decades of DEI hiring and indoctrination aren't undone by a single presidential election. On top of that, he's in the middle of trying to dismantle those structures themselves. So he has a bunch of organizations in turmoil amid firings and reassignments and treachery. It's a big ship to turn, and he's having to do damage control while simultaneously battling against a well-trained, well-supported enemy on the left who are working themselves towards a full-on color revolution. And on top of that, half of his supporters are trying to throw him under the bus for inaction every single day, while they personally contribute nothing. Nothing. Except for issuing these gay ultimatums all the time. Oh, if Trump doesn't do X, Y, Z, then blah, 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 blah. Fart noise. What the fuck are you doing apart from sending tweets? Especially if you have a line to the administration. There's a bunch of these guys that I know can talk directly to the administration if they want to, privately, off the record. So next time you want to hurl insults from the stands, stop, contemplate the size of the problem, and find out how you personally can contribute to the solution. The administration is not lollygagging on dealing with the problem of leftist retards shooting up ICE stations or trying to assassinate. This isn't some like rogue tranny that's just like taking a shot at Charlie Kirk because he's emboldened or whatever. No, there are legions of paramilitary forces embedded within the country, who knows where, planning who knows what, that are funded and financed by massive, sprawling NGO networks and foreign nations through layers and layers and layers of shell corporations and all sorts of stuff that has to be weeded through. And if the administration jumps too quickly, they'll either trigger something that kicks off something they can't control in their currently compromised state, or they scare the hose. They're necessarily in a position where they have to be publicly largely reactive. This is a hard truth. But in order for the administration to escalate publicly, it's going to have to be a reactive move. Which means more people are going to die. And that's not preventable. The time for preventing that was years ago. We're years too late to this. So yes, there is going to be more violence. More people are going to die. And you have to come to grips with that now. We're in a war. The war has already started. The war's not coming. All of this like, oh, if Trump doesn't do X, Y, Z, then the Civil War is going to break out. The Civil War already broke out. And in a war, people die. It's not even remotely conceivable that the administration could prevent that from happening. And saying stuff like, the next person who dies, their blood is on the administration's hands. Their blood's on Trump's hands. Charlie Kirk's blood is on Trump's hands. Because he didn't crack down on Antifa fast enough. This is like pathological levels of ignorance. This shit's not a video game that you engage with through X. It's a fucking aircraft carrier. The size of a planet. And they have to move it with like thrusters right now. The good news is the more that they move it, the easier it gets to move. So they have to build up momentum. And they're doing everything that I see indicates they're doing just about everything conceivable to build up that momentum as quickly as possible. 8 months. It's been 8 months. That's the blink of an eye in bureaucracy time. If we're in a war, the way that a war works is you're on one side or you're on the other. It's that simple. You're on one side or you're on the other. So if you're being hostile and antagonistic to the administration, I don't give a flying fuck what you believe. I don't care what syllables are clattering around between your ears. If you're being hostile toward the administration, if you're issuing threats and ultimatums to them, to the president in particular, you're declaring which side you're on. And you're functioning as the other side of a different pincer movement. And you're doing it inadvertently out of ignorance and arrogance, which is even worse. Reminder.
The only acceptable political theory is complete undying loyalty to Donald Trump.
That's why. Diomedes Appreciator said it's only going to escalate. You better be organizing for when they take their Bolshevik color revolution to the next stage. What the administration does not need right now is a peanut gallery of autists screeching at them. Recognize what time it is. Do something, do something, do something. We're so demoralized and scared. That doesn't help anyone with anything. All that time dedicated to doing that, if you're not going to align people and align the political will behind the administration, shut the fuck up and get to work in your own local community. Those are the two acceptable options right now. You either whip up political capital for the administration to ensure that they have maximal support when the time comes to do extra legal things, or you log off, delete your account, and start getting ready to batten down the hatches and help as many people in your community as you can. Run for local office. Get involved with your local sheriff. Talk to your local elected officials. Let them know what time it is. Ensure that they're ready when the time comes. But for God's sake, enough of these fucking ultimatums. Enough of this screeching at the administration that they're just not doing anything. They're just passive. They don't get it. They don't know what's going on. You think they don't know what's going on? How could you possibly think that? Oh, he got shot in the head and it didn't even make a dent on him. His friend got shot in the neck. The guy who won the administration, won the election for him, got shot in the neck and it didn't even affect him. How fucking brain rotted are you? I'm a pretty empathetic dude. I cannot have empathy for someone who's put themselves in that headspace. It's inconceivable. The timeline has rotted their brain. Last tweet, also from Diomedes Appreciator, who has just been cranking out the gems. He said, if Trump declared martial law tomorrow, the left would win decisively. If you are demanding that Trump declare martial law or do anything that's essentially equivalent to that, you are a subversive. If you're demanding shock troops in the streets, you are a subversive. You are asking him to self-destruct. You don't get it. You don't know what time it is. It's so much worse than you think. They would have nearly complete institutional support and would be able to claim he's a dictator and probably get international support. They would have the legitimacy advantage. He has to deconstruct their institutional power without going too hard or too fast and triggering an organizational street uprising that he would lose. It's a race to see if he can weaken them enough that when things get hot, we have a chance to hold the line. Your fire needs to be directed at his enemies. You're on the front lines and you're turning around and shooting at the fucking general. Are you out of your mind? Are you paid to be this stupid or are you just that way naturally? The barrel goes towards the enemy. The commander-in-chief is not your enemy. Get your shit together. He's in a race to weaken and demoralize his opponents. And you're giving them ammunition? You are definitionally a traitor. Aid and comfort to the enemy. How do you think they feel when base right-wing poster is declaring that the president is absent, that he's insufficient, he doesn't have the chops, he doesn't get what's going on, he doesn't care that his friend got killed? If that's not aid and comfort to the enemy, I don't know what is. That's better than making monetary donations to Antifa. I'm fed up with this. Get a fucking clue. This is not see who can be the edgiest poster time. This isn't fire off the snarkiest quips and acquire based points online. This is life and death shit. And there's way too many people with much larger audiences than me who are squandering their influence. It would be better if they said nothing, if they left a vacuum. They are worse than a vacuum. I don't give a shit if he's not the president that you would have punched in your special menu to get delivered to you from DoorDash. He's the president. He is the commander-in-chief right now. He's the only one we have, and he's the only one we're going to get. And every alternative sucks massively. For the time being. And he's fighting wars on like 29 fronts. We have the opportunity to be an asset to him. And it would be just a goddamn shame if that was wasted on yelling at him about not being aggressive enough. Just wasting his time. Oh, he's not taking it seriously enough. Shut the fuck up. The fact that he hasn't done what you're demanding is evidence he is taking it seriously enough. Because if he did what you're demanding, it would be political and official suicide. Oh, they're sending people in here to divide us, to set us against each other. Why don't I turn around and start taking shots at the president, rhetorically? You think taking shots at the president rhetorically is going to prevent literal shots? How do you work that calculus out? The fact that you think now is the time to yell and scream at the president about how ineffective he's being tells me you don't have the remotest appreciation for what time it is. That's peacetime behavior. It is not peacetime now. And maybe you're just out of the loop. Maybe you spend all of your time on the internet following politics, but somehow everything that's going on has just escaped you and you're just honed in on your little issue. I've spent, 1,000 hours just streaming since the election, covering in excruciating detail everything that the administration has been doing. And I've left stuff out because I can't fit it in. And all of it is geared toward the same end: restoring national sovereignty, protecting our borders, reindustrializing, bringing manufacturing back, restoring the dignity of the middle class, protecting middle class jobs, purging the federal government of traitors and waste, establishing the legal precedent for a unitary executive, laying the groundwork for a successor to maximize everything that's done in this administration. Overhauling virtually every agency. Deporting the maximum number of people conceivably possible with the resources at present disposal. Extracting us from all these different military conflicts to focus here at home in our hemisphere to serve all of the ends of all of the above that I just listed. Do you really think that a president who doesn't know what time it is would be doing all of that? That's all I got. In spite of all of that, I'm very optimistic. We're going to win. It's just really irritating that in order to win, we have to drag these faggots along. It'd be nice to win without the millstones pulling us along the way. We could win so much faster and so much more gloriously. Fag draggers unite. That's right, Trendfearer. I mean, how could you be upset when you have someone named Trendfearer in your corner? Not Trendfearer, Trendfearer. Beautiful, beautiful name. There was a rant for you guys. Hopefully you enjoyed it. It is 2:20 in the morning, and my poor little sister's probably trying to get to sleep, and I'm sitting here screaming in the house. So I think I'm going to wrap it here. I have, like I said yesterday, I have got to pick up the truck. It'll either be today now. Either be Thursday or Friday. So whatever day that I go, I'll post about it on the King Pill Telegram channel, letting you guys know So go follow that. King Pilled on Telegram. I will do a show on whichever day is not there, and then I'm going to do one over the weekend. So 2 more labes before I head up to Washington State. Reminder, if you're in the Pacific Northwest area and you would like to meet for King Pilled meetup, we got a small handful of people who will be there. So October 5, Sunday evening, October 5, hit me up, let me know, shoot me an email, realkingpilled@gmail.com, or realkingpilled on Twitter, send me a DM, let me know you'd like to join. And then in October, I think it's probably going to be October 17th, kind of narrowing down on that date. Heard from a few people that it'll work, and so that's I think what's going to happen. We'll give you full confirmation as soon as we get back from Washington. We get back October 8th. So let me know if you're going to be in Texas, you're in Texas, or you want to come to Texas. It'll be in the greater Austin area somewhere. We'll do a King Pilled meetup then too. So I think it's going to be October 17, which is a Friday evening. Should give us some time to go into the night. We'll drink alcohols and talk and eat food and hang out and press the flesh, put some faces to screen names, and have a grand old time. So once again, send me an email, realkingpilled@gmail.com, or @realkingpilled on Twitter. Send me a DM. And go to kingpilled.com and join the Discord. We gotta remember what John Doyle said. Get in proximity to patriots. We gotta connect. We gotta link up. We gotta make sure we've got we're on the same page, aligned with each other, connected with each other. So go to kingpilled.com, sign up there, and let's see what else. King Pilled Substack. You get all the links from everything I went through today. For now, I am going to leave you guys. Got a tip that came in.
White man is back, baby. The white man is back.
Night bro, thanks for the labia.
Andrew Starr, you're welcome, sir. My labia is always here for you, man. I appreciate you guys, sincerely. Thank you for listening. Thank you for sticking it out deep into the wee hours of the night. And appreciate you guys. You've almost got me to the stretch goal for the tips this month. That means a lot. Got a lot of bills we got to pay. Oh, I didn't even mention, got a, I don't know if you can see it. You wouldn't be able to tell which tooth is fake, but it's that one right there. Got a, give you a little tongue action there. Got a root canal yesterday. It beat the shit out of me. Sitting there with my mouth for like 2.5 hours was just brutal. So I've been fighting a headache all day today too. So I got the root canal, and I got the temporary, like the like bonding whatever thing on there. I've got to go back and get the crown eventually, but I've got another root canal lined up pretty soon as well. So got a lot of bad decisions to pay for. So I appreciate you guys' support. There's the Streamlabs link, tips.kingpilled.com. There's also Venmo, Cash App, @KingPilled, and Buy Me a Coffee is buymeacoffee.com/kingpilled, I think. So I appreciate all of you guys. Thank you so much for your support. I will see you guys on the next Labe. Probably tomorrow, but possibly Friday. For now, I leave you with Hulk.
When they took a shot at my hero, and they tried to kill the next president of the United States, enough was enough. And I said, let Trumpomania run wild, brother. Let Trumpomania rule again. Let Trumpomania make America